273. The House concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2007, request a conference, and has appointed Representatives Prowl, Delperdang, and Helgerson as conferees on part of the House. The Senate non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2026, request a conference, and has appointed Representatives Jennings, Owens, and Heiberger as conferees on part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to HB 2102, request a conference, and has appointed Representatives Rajes, Smith, Eric, and Carlin as conferees on part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2137, request a conference, and has appointed Representatives Barker, Arnberger, and Ruiz-Lewis as conferees on part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2166, request a conference, and has appointed Representatives Prowl, Delperdang, and Helgerson as conferees on part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2243, request a conference, and has appointed Representatives Johnson, Stephen, Croft, and Neighbor as conferees on part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2252, request a conference, and has appointed Representatives Barker, Arnberger, and Ruiz-Lewis as conferees on part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2254, request a conference, and has appointed Representatives Landwehr, Epley, and Parker as conferees on part of the House. House Bill 2316, an act concerning financial institutions. House Bill 2363, an act concerning the Board of Indigent Defense Services. House Bill 2380, an act concerning the Healthcare Stabilization Fund. House Bill 2408, an act concerning the disposition of certain state real property. House Bill 2412, an act concerning the Attorney General. House Bill 2417, an act concerning alcoholic beverages.
This constitutes introduction of those bills previously read. We have some accedes here. On a motion to accede, the chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference committee on House Bill 2007.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. As motion carried. As conferees on part of the Senate, the chair appoints the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson, the senator from Saline, Senator Clays, and the senator from Riley, Senator Hawk. On a motion to accede, the chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2026.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. As conferees and part of the Senate, the chair appoints the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, the senator from McPherson, Senator Wilburn, and the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley. On a motion to accede, the chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Kirshen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference committee on House Bill 2102.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion carried. As conferees on part of the Senate, the chair appoints the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Kirshen, the senator from Barton, Senator Straub, and the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco. On a motion to accede, the chair recognizes the senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. I move the Senate accede to the request of the House for conference on House Bill 2137.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion carries. As conferees on part of the Senate, the chair appoints the senator from Cali, Senator Alley, senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand, and the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Godot. On a motion to accede, the chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2166.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion carries. As conferees on part of the Senate, the chair appoints the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson, the senator from Saline, Senator Clays, and the senator from Riley, Senator Hawk. On a motion to accede, the chair recognizes the senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2243.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. As conferees on part of the Senate, the chair appoints the senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, the senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, and the senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman. On a motion to accede, the chair recognizes the senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2252.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion carries. As conferees on part of the Senate, the chair appoints the senator from Cali, Senator Alley, the senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand, and the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust Godot. On a motion to accede, the chair recognizes the senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2254.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion carried. As conferees on part of the Senate, the chair appoints the senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand, the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, and the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty. Introduction of original motions and the Senate resolutions, the clerk will read.
Senate Resolution 1716 by Senator McGinn. A resolution supporting the full development, funding, and implementation of the Heartland Flyer extension between Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, and Newton, Kansas.
The chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. In the interest of time, I was just going to not have the reader read, and this is a similar resolution we've had in the past. It's just support of the Southwest Chief that we currently have that went from a daily route to 3, but is going to increase again. And then just the discovery and study of the possible Heartland Flyer from Wichita to Oklahoma. Thank you. There's no objection to not having it read.
Seeing none.
I would move emergency be declared, rules suspended, and Senate Resolution 1716 be adopted by voice vote.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion carries. We are now ready for final action. On this roll call, we will take the following. The consent calendar bills on page 3, House Bill 2238, House Bill 2295, and the bills on page 3 and 4, Senate Bill 181, Senate Bill 290, House Bill 34, House Bill 2165, House Bill 2167, House Bill 2203, House Bill 2218, and HCR 5015. The clerk will read the titles.
House Bill 2238, an act concerning school districts and cities. House Bill 2295, an act concerning driver's licenses. Senate Bill 181, an act creating the Elevator Safety Act. Senate Bill 290, an act concerning the Healthcare Stabilization Fund. House Bill 2134, an act concerning insurance. House Bill 2165, an act concerning motor vehicles. House Bill 2167, an act concerning motor vehicles. House Bill 2203, an act concerning the Kansas Asbestos Control Program. House Bill 2218, an act concerning the Kansas State Employees Health Care Commission. HCR 5015, a concurrent resolution urging the United States Congress to reject legislation to federalize elections of the United States of America and oppose the For the People Act of 2021.
The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. House Godot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reichman. Steffen. Straub. Sullentrop. Sykes. Thompson. Okay. Wait.
Please hold. Go back to Senator Sykes and re-record your vote, please. Apologize. Senator Thompson, you may proceed.
Tyson. Where? Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had the opportunity to vote? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
I'd like to explain my vote on HCR 5015.
We are giving explanations of vote, but that's okay. Go ahead. Proceed.
Okay, thank you. Over the past year, we've heard baseline claims that our elections are rigged, fraudulent, and stolen. Of course, members of this body acknowledge that this hasn't happened in our state, since suggesting otherwise would call into question the legitimacy of our own positions. But that hasn't stopped some of us from introducing legislation to make it harder for Kansans to vote. H.R. 1 secures our elections by providing grants to modernize our election infrastructure. It promotes civic engagement by allowing young Americans to participate to vote. It bars the use of taxpayer dollars for discrimination and sexual harassment lawsuit settlements for members of Congress. It strengthens access to ballots for our overseas military members. Put simply, it increases accountability in our system and allows Americans to participate in our democracy to its fullest extent. This body has made the hostility toward voters' choices perfectly clear over the past several years. With this pointless, moot resolution, we're sending yet another message that in Kansas, voting is not a right, and we want every member of Congress in the United States to follow our shameful lead. I vote no.
You wish to have your words spread across the journal? Yes, Senator Petty?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to join the remarks of the senator from Johnson on SCR 5015.
Duly noted. The senator from Finney, you stood up?
I thought maybe you forgot about me. Thank you. I'd like to explain my vote on HCR 5015.
Please proceed.
I believe I'm a strong proponent of limited government. This did not go through the committee process. I don't see any reason why we have this, so that's why I pass. I agree in principle with the resolution. I didn't like the process. I think it's unnecessary. So, and I don't want them spread on the journal.
Thank you. Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
If it's appropriate, and I apologize for not doing it earlier, I'd like to change from an aye to a no on HB 2218.
So deemed, without objection. Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle. Are there other senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Aye to pass on HB 2218.
Duly noted. Are there any other changes of votes or explanation of vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. $40 having voted in favor and 0 against. House Bill 2165, 2167, 2238, and 2295. 39 having voted in favor, 1 against. House Bill 2203. 38 having voted in favor and 2 against. House Bill 2134. 37 having voted in favor and 2 against. House Bill 2218. 32 having voted in favor and 7 against. Senate Bill 181. And 28 having voted in favor and 11 against. HCR 5015. These measures, having received the required constitutional majority, are hereby declared passed and adopted. Pardon me, I did not read Senate Bill 290, 30 in favor and 10 opposed. Did you get that, clerk? You okay on that count? Okay. Again, these measures having received the required constitutional majority are hereby declared passed and adopted. On a motion to strike bills, the chair recognizes the Assistant Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Mr. Vice President, I yield to Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'd like to call an immediate meeting at the rail of the Financial Institutions and Insurance Committee.
So granted. Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the following bills be stricken from the calendar. Substitute Senate Bill 43, Senate Bill 105, Senate Bill 8, Senate Bill 25, Senate Bill 31, and Senate Bill 59.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion carried. We'll now stand at ease just for a second. The Senate will come to order. The chair recognizes the Assistant Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of General Orders.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. The chair appoints the senator from Cloud, Senator Bowers, to preside over the committee as a whole.
Good afternoon. The Senate, having resolved itself into the Committee of the Whole, will now consider those items listed on the calendar under the heading of General Orders. We'll now turn our attention to Senate sub for House Bill 2196. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Olson, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. What 2196 does, it sets up a 13-member committee to modernize the unemployment technology system. It will set up this committee. It'll have 30 days to organize. Right now, I'm going to have an amendment. Right now, this committee controls the date when that needs to be done by, but my revisor told me there's a problem with that, so I'll have an amendment that will change that to the LCC that will figure out the date that the software system needs to be done by. Also, I've worked with the Labor Department, Governor's Office, the business stakeholders and different parties to try to negotiate these amendments. In committee, we had an amendment that changed, we would the House passed where $450 million would go in. Well, we had an amendment in committee that would have taken and put $250 million in the trust fund. There's about $270 million in there now with first quarter coming in, and then would set up a reserve earmarked for to pay for any fraud. There's going to be an audit that's going to be done by September 1st. So I'm going to have a second amendment. It will have the 250 going in immediately as we get the money from the COVID relief money. That's coming in two different buckets of $800 million. And then the second bucket, the account that will be set up, we'll put on the second payment another $250 million in. And that September 1st date, when that audit comes back of all the money that was given out from the state on the fraud, it'll be replenished. Then there's also a provision. The House passed a provision on someone that right now it's 5 years statutory, or 5 years for every time someone defrauds the system, so that clock starts the first day determined of fraud. The House put a 2-year provision in. We changed that to a 1 year, and the clock doesn't start until all the fraud and the penalties and interest are paid. And the way the House did their amendment, it had no second, so they would be permanently barred. We put a 5-year with the same clock in. There's cross-check on employment. There's reemployment, which the Labor Department has already adopted a lot of our reemployment stuff that we have in the bill last week or so. So let me see what we got. There's a provision in here. We will extend the 26 weeks till September 5th, and then it will drop down to 16 weeks. And why that is, a lot of the COVID-19 benefits will run out at that point. Labor Department told us that'll be the easiest point to be able, or they'll be paying some benefits. It'll just make it tough with the computer system we have today to break that up. So that's another agreed upon position. Let me think here. Also, there's a piece in here. So when someone's talking to the media or legislator, and you know they are not able to draw, they're not able to tell us why. They can waive that right and tell us, or be able to talk about it in the media, which I like that provision. So I've also got another amendment when people have been a victim of identity theft, that that they're not withheld to the fraud provision. So I'll run that amendment here in a minute. Okay, with that, I've got a couple amendments I want to run, and I'm still waiting on one amendment too. So the first one I think I want to run is 2040.
Have you turned in your amendment?
I have.
And the number is 2040?
Yeah.
Would you like to explain it or have it read?
That's the one where someone's a victim of identity theft, that they're not held to the fraudulent standards of fraud because someone stole their identity and might have received benefits under their name. It's something that just got overlooked when we were writing the more complex amendment. I'll stand for questions on that amendment.
We'll give them just a few more seconds to hand these out. Are there questions for the senator from Johnson on the amendment? Seeing none, you may move your amendment.
I'll move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're back on the bill.
Okay, I have one more amendment.
Have you turned it in?
I have.
And what is that number?
It's 2059.
And would you like to have it read or explain it?
I can explain it. And this is the one where we move it to the LCC to determine the date of when the modernization should be done. And it's a pretty simple amendment. Right now, we have the Modernization Committee. My revisor told me to do the Modernization Committee. We would have to expand and put more legislators on it since we've got people who are non-elected. So I think this is a simple fix.
Let's give just a few more seconds for the amendment to be passed out. Are there questions for the senator from Johnson on the amendment? Seeing none, you may move your amendment.
I'll move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We're back on the bill.
I have one more amendment, but it's not here yet, so I'll let the other members run their amendment, and it'll be the one putting 250 with 250 in the reserve account, but I'll allow everybody else to run their amendments. Thank you.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment.
And have you turned it in?
I have. It's 2079.
Would you like to explain it or have it read?
I can explain it.
Let's give folks just a few seconds here, Senator Sykes. It looks like you can proceed, Senator.
Okay, thank you. As the good senator from Johnson was talking, the bill actually currently has that September 5th date. This is removing that and extending the liability for 26 weeks of unemployment. I just feel we have extended liability to our businesses. So during this pandemic, I think we should allow those who are receiving unemployment to get that full 26 weeks. And it is also removing the part where the percent is indexed to the unemployment rate. Because I don't think that if someone is unemployed, they really care what that rate is, if it's 3% or 5%. With that, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions for Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes? Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Yeah, we looked at this. The only reason we extended it to September 5th, it made sense not to change it because of the computer system. Most people are going to be exhausting their benefits that were through COVID. Also, the employment rate's under 5%. This is more in line, dropping it to the 16 weeks is more in line with the national level. So I'm not going to support this amendment. Definitely understand it, but I think we'll have exhausted all the state benefits to most of these people, and they'll still have federal benefits, but I'm not going to support this amendment.
Are there additional questions from the Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes? Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In no way to disparage the good work of the committee, because I do. It was a tough negotiation getting what was in the bill, but I do want to rise in support of the Sykes amendment. Madam Chair, the sad fact of the matter is that we have gone through a basic business fundamental paradigm shift when it comes to employment and labor. And I think there's a number of good reasons why at this time I think we should just extend the 26 weeks out indefinitely until we see more where our economy is going. You know, it's interesting, you hear about the falling unemployment figures in Kansas, and that's true. The Kansas unemployment figures, they are truly falling. But what isn't as understood is, quite honestly, a lot of that is falling because we quite honestly have jobs disappearing here. My concern with the, once again, going back to the reduced extensions on the unemployment, is particularly when you have older employees, Madam Chair, who quite honestly, they may be in their 40s, their 50s, more of a technical occupation or nature. You know, once they're out in the street, they're done. And you know, we're not talking about somebody who's a semi-skilled worker here who's going to be struggling to find work. We're talking about people, as I said, probably their 50s, early 60s, who quite honestly the COVID has, for all practical purposes, really cut their professional career short on what they've been trained and accredited to do. So I do think this motion makes a lot of good sense. Just put yourself in some of these people's shoes, particularly our older workers who have, you know, been faithful to their employer has been loyal to them because of basically COVID and these disrupting business models. I mean, a lot of business is going to be forever be altered, and we're not going back the way things were for a lot of industries pre-COVID. And I just think our workers need this benefit. So thank you, Madam Chair, and I definitely support the amendment.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson, would you like to respond?
No, I'm not going to support the amendment.
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to offer a perspective from as an employer who is paying the tax that supports this fund. I think we often lose track of that. And this fund is supported by the businesses that employ people through our unemployment insurance taxes that we pay every payroll period. So we need to be conscious of the employers also. In my current situation, we have 3 job openings that we can't fill. And so I don't know that unemployment, our numbers, statewide numbers, are certainly back down to pre-COVID levels. But there are job openings everywhere. And every employer that I talk to is trying to find people who will apply for, who are qualified, and who will come to work. And so I don't think the 26 weeks is needed. I think it's a strain on employers, and I would urge the body to vote down the amendment.
Senator from Reno, Senator Steffen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In committee, we spent well over a week working through this bill. We debated these issues. We came to a resolution, and the bill's on the floor as it is today, and I do not support this amendment. We've talked about it previously. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's over 60,000 job openings right now in Kansas. I don't know, I was driving by somewhere the last day or so, and I seen a handwritten, you know, they're looking for people everywhere. And there's no reason to extend these benefits out. I think it's time to get back to work, get back to normal. You know, the businesses are paying these benefits, and, you know, the longer we extend them and we don't get people back to work, it's costing more money. But I think there's plenty of jobs out there right now for people to get back to work. And, you know, I think that's, you know, I understand the amendment. I think we did a really good job trying to cater to the needs of the Department of Labor to not mess with the computer system as we're doing that. But at the same time, I think it's time we get back to work and, you know, work towards that. So, thank you. I'm not supporting the bill. Thank you. Amendment.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
I appreciate the discussion on this, and we've heard a lot about businesses and wanting to protect those, but I am not hearing about how do we protect the people who have been hurt and have lost their jobs. This is just extending that for the full 26 weeks, and it's saying regardless of what our employment rate is. I mean, I think the senator from Douglas did a good job of talking about those who are in their 50s and 60s and they've been displaced and they can't find that job and they are qualified. So with that, I will move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Are those opposed, no? Motion fails. We're back on the bill. Are there additional questions? Senator from Miami, Senator Brumgart.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I do not have a question. I am not speaking on this bill, but I am calling for Senate Education Committee to meet at the rail. Thank you.
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also serve on the Commerce Committee and have a couple questions concerning the two previous amendments that passed prior to this last one. In committee, we had specifically discussed the Unemployment Compensation Modernization and Improvement Council that is to oversee this modernization project. Could the carrier of the bill explain why putting the Legislative Coordinating Council back in having the authority to extend that deadline or any other date at any time is pertinent to accomplishing the goals of this?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Well, I think, there's only a few places that you can go. My revisor come back with concern by putting the Modernization Council in that there's only the numbers of positions. He said we'd have to add a couple more positions of elected officials. I thought it would be good that we have the leadership of this body and the one next door, with a little oversight in this too, to make sure this council, when they go, I trust the leadership, the LCC, to do the right thing. I've never known that they wouldn't, so I think within reason, they'll hold us accountable. Also, I think they'll give us the time we need to get it done and get it done right. Because at the end of the day, when we build this new system, we want it done right. And I have faith in them. I've told my leadership, I believe they're comfortable. I believe the speaker's leadership's comfortable. So that, I'm not out trying to change or anything. We started at the State Finance Council. Now we're at the LCC, but I think that's probably the most appropriate place for this, actually.
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My concern is not in trusting the Legislative Coordinating Council. I absolutely trust leadership to make the right decisions, but my concern is that they may not be up to speed on the progress of this modernization project. With a multi-million-dollar project, it seems that we would want people who are most closely working in that project to be the ones to decide whether to extend deadlines or not. I think the first 4 pages of this bill, or at least the first or second, pages 2 through 3, at least deal with the council, which is referring to the modernization or the compensation, unemployment compensation, modernization, and improvement council. That's what they're referring to when they say the council, not the Legislative Coordinating Council. We discussed this extensively in committee, and it's my question, we made this change in committee. Why is it being overturned now by the carrier of the bill?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
As I restate, concerns were brought to me by my revisor. As everybody that's been here a while knows, nothing's done until it's really done. I mean, we still got, as this is, we will probably still go to conference, and, you know, there'll be some rounds where we're going to negotiate things that were in the bill that, you know, will probably be, that were taken out, that we, you know, might get put back in, and some of the verbiage might change. This is a work in progress, but I don't deem that my leadership team doesn't know what's going on with this bill. I've advised the president many times, and I'm sure Representative Tarwater has probably done the same. They probably know as much about the bill as we do, and maybe more, because they're hearing from the rest of the world probably. So I think putting this extra layer in doesn't hurt anything. It gives a little more buy-in by the leadership of this body and everybody in here. I don't think this is anything we haven't seen before. So, I mean, I think it's more than appropriate what we did. I think, as I said, my revisor had concerns of, you know, not having enough elected officials on there, and I didn't want to expand. There's already 13 members. You know, the bigger you get, the harder it is to get together, and we're going to be meeting quite often, probably early on. So, I mean, you know, we've already passed the amendment, but that's why I put that on there. So, thank you.
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted it to express my concerns that the Commerce Committee spent over a week working this bill and made those changes over specific concerns in it. So it's frustrating because I feel that the will of the committee as a whole was not necessarily what is going to be the outcome of this bill, but it just makes it much more difficult to wholeheartedly support it. We have all received numerous complaints concerning unemployment claims, and when I said, you know, implementing a multi-million-dollar project, we just want to make sure that we have the most informed people making those decisions and that we have the best system possible as an outcome. So, thank you.
Are there additional questions from Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson? Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I assume, I think as the senator from Johnson stated, he's waiting for another amendment, correct?
That's correct. I am waiting, and I believe the Senator Stephan is waiting for Amendment 2 that he was thinking about offering in committee. Yeah, it's the 250 amendment, so.
Yeah, Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So at this time, so based on maybe to, if nothing else, fill some time, but I do want to offer a wholehearted shout out to the senator from Johnson, the carrier of the bill, Senator Olson, for the good work he did. When we got the bill from the House, of course, from the original language, I believe they had at least almost a couple dozen different amendments they had ran and gotten onto the bill. And I believe when that bill came over to the Senate, there was at least 6 or 7 major issues hanging out. And once again, we had basically a very committed business community between SURE and the Chamber of Commerce. And obviously, they have stakeholders, their memberships they're trying to keep happy with, that they want to see addressed with the bill when we talk about the new system modernization effort. And obviously, you have Department of Labor, and of course, they've been struggling with the arcane system they've had to deal with all these decades. And then basically the governor's office, and also wanted to be sure that from a customer service perspective, all the citizens are having their needs addressed. And I just really want to thank the senator from Johnson. I thought he did really good work in bringing those stakeholders together and crafting out language that made those takeovers, I think, take heart and know they've got a good product here. I do want to assure the body that your Senate Commerce Committee actually does have its fingerprints on this. We had a very healthy debate, and I do want to thank others across the aisle in the committee for working with me and others on this. We actually got rid of the hard implementation deadline for the system. I thought that was very important that we got that out of the bill. And so anyway, just once again, just a shout out to the Senator from Johnson that has a good product. Sure, it's not great for everybody, but it definitely gives us a roadmap, I think, for being successful. And I'll be supporting the underlying bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to echo the comments from the other senator from Douglas. I too appreciate all the work that the chair and the committee has done on this. It is one of the most important things we can be addressing this session. So I just had one question about the changes that were made regarding an individual who had been identified as committing fraud. My understanding is that's going to be changed so that they would, the first time, only be disallowed from unemployment for a year after they've paid back any of those expenses. I was wondering if that provision was retroactive or if that position is only moving forward.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
The way I believe it would be written, it would be moving forward. I'm not sure. Let me ask, one second.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
As drafted, it wouldn't be retroactive. It would just be moving forward. That's something we could look at in conference. I'm sure you're going to have a member there on House and Senate that could ask them questions. But no, the bill would only be moving forward.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that information, and my understanding is this provision is different from what the House had proposed, so it would be appropriate to consider it during that conference committee. So I know that we have had individuals that thought that they were filling out the forms correctly, and their intention was not for fraud. So if the body agrees that 1 year is appropriate for the first time, that would be something I would very much like to see discussed during that conference committee if it's scheduled. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Sure. The House version has 2 years. Our year has 1 year. Also on fraud, you have to knowingly commit fraud to be found guilty of fraud. So there is some intent there. But definitely ours is a little different than the House's. Once they pay the penalties or the fraud and the penalties back, the clock starts a year. And I thought that was appropriate. When you look at most of the other states, that's pretty much in line what we have with the rest of the country. You know, we tried to put a really good product together, you know, that's going to address modernizing this system. Also tried to make it the best for the claimants and the business groups and everybody involved. I'm really proud of the work the committee done. I also want to do a shout out to the House, all their initial work. I mean, they did some great work over there, and they did the big heavy lift. And, you know, it's always easy to get the bill when a lot of it's been done and, you know, to put some fine points on it. And once we get done here today, we'll probably have to clean it up just a little bit more, but we're about there. And but I don't have my amendment yet, and I don't know that Senator Stephan does. So I'll stand for questions, or we might have to pass over it and wait for the amendments.
I don't see any additional questions. Without objection, that's pass over it, and we'll come back to you.
I'll let you know when we get our amendments.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. We'll now turn our attention to House Bill 2244. The chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Christian, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion carries. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 2244 is continuing progress with hemp, industrial hemp, going forward. And this particular bill, this particular language deals with the byproducts and the waste material that comes from processing hemp and how it's handled and how it's transported. It seems like it'd be something simple to do, but unfortunately it really isn't. And we have also found out that even the byproducts of some of that material can be used for some benefits. So that's good news too. Unfortunately, that the state fire marshal is the one who drew up the rules and regulations how that's going to be administered. And when we held the hearing in our committee, all three processors that testified insistently said that the rules and regulations were prohibitive for them to do business in Kansas, even though they already are doing business in Kansas. So that carried a lot of water as far as I was concerned and the committee was concerned. So we recessed or suspended our hearing, took it up on the next week, got the forces back together, and they came with a compromise that they could live with. And all the processors said that this was a good move. They can operate now, and that the state fire marshal just basically rescinded all the tough regulations he had in there and was on board with it too. And so was the KBI, law enforcement, and the department, all in unison said the same thing. So with that, I'll ask for questions, but I do have an amendment first.
Have you turned it in?
I have.
And what is that number?
It's S2013.
We'll give it a moment to be distributed.
It's just 2 words.
Well, I won't ask you to have it read, so go ahead and explain your 2 words, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's on page 9 in line 41, after license, we insert or registration. And on page 10 in line 1, by striking industrial, also in line 1, after hemp, those 2 changes. The reason they put them in there is it stays consistent with the language in the bill up to that point. And so we keep in mind that a processor has to have a registration and that a grower has to have a license. And that's through the whole dialogue, no matter what you're producing that. So with that, I'll take questions on the amendment.
Are there questions on Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Christian's amendment? I'm not seeing any. You may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're back on the bill. Are there additional questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rise and report, it reports House Bill 2244 favorably as amended.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We now turn our attention to House Bill 2079. The chair recognizes the senator from Saline, Senator Clays, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 2079 contains the contents of the original House Bill 2079 and House Bill 2080. It does 2 things, being 2 bills combined. The first I'll go over is amendments to the Charitable Organizations and Solicitation Act that transfers some responsibilities from the Secretary of State to the Attorney General. Supporters of the bill include the Secretary of State and the Attorney General, who testified that the primary purpose of the bill is to increase efficiency by removing some of the items from the Secretary of State and moving them to the Attorney General. The Secretary of State traditionally has been where registrations occur and filings, and then the Attorney General, of course, is the enforcement mechanism. Over the years, we have added many registrations and filings for the Attorney General, so instead of those offices having to go back and forth between each other, it may make more sense just to have some of these items over in the Attorney General's office, where registrations have become quite routine. What this does is it will move some of the registration for charitable organizations over, and it does change the fees. If you read the bill, it appears that there's a $5 increase in fees. I want to make it very clear that the fee is actually reduced by $10 overall, and I'll explain that in a moment. But let me first move on to the Safe at Home program, which was the other bill that was added to this. The Safe at Home program is going to be moved to the Attorney General's Office of Victim Service Division. That program allows the victim of domestic abuse the ability to mask their residential address. The Attorney General and Secretary of State believe moving these programs to the Victim Service Division will place a trained victim service personnel in contact with victims rather than an employee of the Secretary of State's office. An amendment was also added to this bill in committee that requires agencies not to impose any filing or reporting requirements on a private foundation that are more restrictive than those that exist in Kansas statute or federal law. Going back to that fee, it was a point of some consternation in the House. I really want to address that. The Secretary of State's office charges a $15 administrative fee on top of the statutory fee that you see in the bill. That would not be charged by the Attorney General's office. So raising the statutory fee by $5, it ends up having a net decrease of $10 for the actual registration of that nonprofit organization. And with that, I will stand for questions on House Bill 2079.
Are there questions for the Senator from Saline, Senator Clays? Not seeing any, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2079 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We'll now turn our attention to House Bill 2101. The chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 2101 has to do with the Can Grow Engineering Fund. This is a fund that was created in 2011 to address the shortage of the engineers in the state of Kansas. At 3 of our engineering universities, Kansas State University, University of Kansas, and Wichita State University. The program is administered by the Department of Commerce and the Board of Regents. The program was very successful over the 10 years. We did grow engineers in all 3 of our universities. And we still know today that 72% of the Kansas private sector engineering firms still are not able to hire enough engineers. And KDOT is experiencing some of the same challenges. So what this bill does is it brings it back for another 10 years. The funds come out of the ELR gaming dollars that we receive. And that is explained in section 1 of the bill. And what they will receive is $10,500,000 divided by 3 over the 10-year period. And it's a 1-to-1 match. So if you don't raise the amount of money that you can accept from the state, you do not get that money guaranteed unless you are able to raise those dollars. So that's section 1. Section 2 of the bill is that there is some language in there that they have to sustain the 1,365 graduates over the next period of 10 years and also grow that as well. And then section 3 adds a reporting piece to the budget committees, but also includes retention. They need to focus on retention of these engineers that we are graduating. This bill was supported by the Kansas Chamber of Commerce as well as many local Chamber of Commerce and business industry, including Hallmark Cards, Spirit Aerospace, Great Plains, Textron, Bunting Magnetics, and many other businesses that are in need of engineering graduates. The bill passed in the House 122 to 12. And with that, Madam Chair, I stand for questions.
Other questions from the senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I'll just want to rise in support. One of the things that came up in committee was the fact that the question of retention and of not of brain drain and not having our engineer graduates leaving the state of Kansas. So I decided to follow up on a couple of former students that I had actually in first grade a long time ago, who are both graduates, engineering graduates from KU, and one actually did leave the state and go to Colorado, but then came back here, and they both own companies in the Johnson County area. One is Stewart Systems, which is a business management software company, and that's Kirk Kampschroeder who owns that company, and then Kobe Kampschroeder actually started and owns the company Novartis. It's a energy management strategies company that works with schools, businesses, hospitals to improve their energy efficiency. So this is just two examples of one who stayed here, grew and continued to work in Kansas, another who left but came back. So we have to, I think, look at our overall what our communities offer, not just when it comes to incentives, but also what our communities offers, and thinking about how great educational systems from K-12 through higher education attracts these engineers to stay here and stay in our communities.
Are there additional questions for the senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn? Not seeing any. Senator, you may close.
Thank you. It's great to see something that we had moved forward 10 years ago be successful in our state. We are looking for industry to come here that does need a lot of engineers, and it's great to see that we did grow those engineers in every three of those universities. And I do appreciate Senator from Wyandotte's comments. The item that was added, well, one is that they have to retain and grow from the amount that they grew to over the 10 years. But also retention of these graduates to stay in our state, especially after they become experienced, is very vital to the industries that we have here in this state. With that, Madam Chair, I move that when the committee rises to report, it report House Bill 2101 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We'll now turn our attention to House Bill 2085. The chair recognizes the senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The House Bill 2085 is called the Students' Right to Know Act. This was passed out of the House 123 to 0. We actually heard this in the House Education Committee last year, and it had passed out there unanimously, but we had to all leave, and of course the bill got lost in all of that. So this is in the Students' Right to Know Act. This requires the State Department of Education to make sure that students and their parents know about the Board of Regents database called Kansas Degree Stats, and you can find that on their website. They created it 5 years ago. It collects a lot of data about occupations in Kansas, how much you can earn in that occupation, and it also has a database of all the Kansas universities and colleges and technical colleges, the courses that they offer, the degrees that they offer, and the cost of the tuition and fees in that database. So the point of this is to be able to give Kansas high school students and their parents the opportunity to be very well informed when they make decisions about college. and occupations, because it gives them all of the information at their fingertips as they do their 4-year plans for high school, which we're calling the individual plans of study. So this website is embedded in that information that goes to students and parents. You can access it at any time. It's easy to find. You could do it now for yourselves if you were interested. So this information, again, is extremely important. This bill costs nothing. There are no fees. There are no amendments were made to it. There were no opponents. Everybody that spoke on this bill was a proponent. So I would stand for questions. It's just a great resource for parents and for students.
Are there questions for the senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Vascado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since the senator from Shawnee was doing such a great job explaining the legislation, I did have to rise in support of the legislation, and my question to the gentlelady is, how is that information disseminated to the student? Is it shared in high school prior to going
Senator
to college?
from Shawnee, Senator.
To whereas they would know to go online and where to look for that information. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich.
Thank you for that question. That's a very important question. So every high school and middle school counselor will have, as I mentioned earlier, an individual plan of study for each student. And in that individual plan of study is the information on how to access the website. So they get it electronically. And then the other important piece to know is that the State Department of Education, the Kansas Board of Regents, cannot collect students' emails. Only the school district and the school can. So those individual plans of study and all of this website information is disseminated to the students and their families through the school district. So there's no confidentiality issue. So they should be able to access it through that.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. And Senator Shawnee did a great job of explaining this bill. I will say that initially I was a little skeptical, so I actually went on to the website and did find it's a great tool, and it's a great way for a student with their parents to compare how much, if they have an idea of a interest that they have, of a study interest that they have, how they can compare whether it's a community college or whether it's one of our 4-year institutions. So I think it's a good bill. Thank you.
Are there additional questions? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I will say that this is really an excellent resource. It was a simple thing for us to be able to do, and I'm glad that folks seem to be very supportive of it. I move that, may I move?
Yes, continue.
I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2085 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. At this time, we're going to pass over House Bill 2039 and retain a place on the calendar. We now turn our attention to Senate Bill 265. The chair recognizes Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 265 is really simple. The governor in July of 2020 made general allotments that included a moratorium on the state employer contributions to the CAPERS Death and Disability Trust Fund for all of FY 2021. The allotment applies to both state and school employers. The governor does not have the allotment authority to apply that to the local employers. So to keep contribution levels the same, this bill takes care of that allotment to the local employers. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions from Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises to report, it reports Senate Bill 265 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We'll now turn our attention to House Bill 2064. We go back to Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbein, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 2064 would amend provisions in the Kansas Deferred Retirement Option Program, otherwise known as the DROP program. The DROP program is a program that was established 4 or 5 years ago for the Kansas Highway Patrol and the KBI to try to keep those officers working instead of retiring. Originally, those participants in the DROP program had to choose either 3 years, 4 years, or 5 years on how long they wanted to continue working, and that was not revocable. This bill would allow those members who are in that maybe selected 3 years and want to work 5 years, this would allow them to do that with employer's authorization. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbein? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to stand in support of this with my committee chair. I did have my chief of police come to me and talk to me in Lansing before a session and talk specifically about this, needing the flexibility. And so I think each of your law enforcement officers back home will appreciate your vote on this, so I do stand in support.
Are there additional questions from the Senator from Lyon? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2064 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We'll now turn our attention to House Bill 2379. We return to the Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbein, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 2379 would enact the Peer-to-Peer Vehicle Sharing Program Act. It's very much like ride sharing, only this is car sharing. So participants in this would loan their car through this app to someone who wanted to borrow the car through some kind of financial arrangement. Section 1 of the bill deals with all of the definitions. Section 3 is the insurance requirements. So both the owner of the car and the driver of the car who is sharing the car would both have to be insured for minimum liability coverage. Section 4 requires that someone who is putting their car into the peer-to-peer vehicle sharing program would have to notify their lien holder. Section 5 is exclusions to coverage. The House passed this bill 123-0, and with that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions from the Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbein? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you. Again, I'd like to stand in support with my my chair here. This is a great innovative program. I think that when we have cars at home and we want to make use of them somehow to help pay the payments, what a great program this is, this peer-to-peer vehicle sharing. I'm excited to see this happen in Kansas.
Seeing no more questions, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2379 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. One last time, we'll now turn our attention to House Bill 2136. The chair recognizes Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbein, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 2136 will be familiar to you. It is the exact same language with the exception of the enactment date of Senate Bill 78, which passed our body 39-0. It is the language that is needed for the insurance department for their accreditation this year. It deals with standard non-forfeiture law, deferred annuities, Utilization Review Organization Act, and oversight of utilization review organizations and risk retention groups. This bill also passed the House 124-0. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the Senator from Lyons, Senator Longbine? Senator, I failed to have you adopt the committee report.
Well, you failed and I failed. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Sorry, Senator. Are there any other questions? I see none. You may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2136 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We'll now turn our attention to House Bill 2077. The chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 2077 amends the Kansas Criminal Justice Reform Commission. The commission was enacted and created in 2019 to provide a study and an interim report and a final report to the legislature regarding analyzing diversion programs actually throughout the state and making recommendations for legislation that impacts diversion and practices for offenders who serve sentences for felony offenses on community supervision and the like. The bill amends the statute by adding another member to the commission. The commission is 20 members plus 3 non-voting members, and the member to be added, who is a voting member of the commission, is 1 public defender appointed by the executive director of the Board of Indigence Defense Services. The other reason for amending the Kansas Criminal Justice Reform Commission is that, like I said, they were charged with providing an interim report on or before December 1st, 2019, and then their final report December 1st of 2020. And with COVID-19 and some shutdown and things like that, they weren't able to do so, so they have asked that they be providing their final report to the legislature on or before December 1st of 2021. So with that, Madam Chair, I stand for questions.
Are there questions for Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I support the underlying bill that, as described by the Chair of Judiciary, and she outlined exactly what the bill did and what it was intended to do when it passed in 2019. There was another measure that was also on the underlying bill in 2019, which we passed, which created the Criminal Justice Reform Commission, and there were other component pieces to it that too did not complete their work, setback due to last year, the COVID. And one part of that is, well, I put an amendment in to see if we would consider that one as well. The amendment has been turned in that I wish to offer. It's 2052.
Give us a moment to distribute. Would you like to have your amendment read or explain it?
I think I can explain it, Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
Thank you. This is the code case, DNA code case, which was established too at the same time in the bill for the Criminal Justice Reform Commission. And so it would be an addition, and it too is outlined as what the task force is composed of. It's the same extension for the commission that would go just until the end of this year, Madam Chair, as the underlying bill has until the 1st of December. It would also be named or renamed for Alvin Sykes, who is a long-standing human rights advocate from within and around the Kansas City area. Mr. Sykes recently passed. His services are on Thursday of this week, and he was a champion for many of the issues, including the introduction of this measure 2 years ago for the application of DNA to long unresolved code cases. So it is parallel with what the underlying bill is in terms of its inception, and with the adoption of this amendment, the continuation of both. I'd stand for any question.
Are there questions for the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley, on his amendment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll reserve my comments. Thank you.
Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no questions, but I stand in support of this. The good senator from Wyandotte has been a champion for this cause. He's also a member, as I am, of the Kansas Commission on Reform, and it is an important part, and it's sunsetted right along with the carrier bill, so I strongly support his amendment. It's the right thing to do here. Thank you.
Are there additional questions? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley. Senator Haley.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank Senator from McPherson for his support. As he did mention, he serves on the underlying bill, Criminal Justice Reform Commission, and has been an active voice in the underlying commission, and also was very much active with the Senate Judiciary Committee, was chair at the time that the original bill was enacted, which was not only for the Criminal Justice Reform Commission, but included also this amendment for the Cold Case DNA Task Force. So I thank him for his previous and continuing support for both measures.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too rise in support of the amendment. The Kansas Closed Case Task Force, which is to be renamed, is an important piece of continuing to investigate crime and to find resolution there, and therefore I consider the amendment a friendly amendment.
Are there additional questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank the senator from Johnson, too. Also, as you know, the current chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee, for her support for the amendment for the Alvin Sykes Cold Case DNA Task Force. And if there are no further questions, I would move the amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We're back on the bill. Any other questions for the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Body, with the Kansas Criminal Justice Reform Commission, it is charged with investigating, and I use investigating a little bit loosely, but to study and make recommendations for legislation that would impact diversion and things of that nature, and to also monitor how those go and make recommendations to the legislature. So it also works with the Kansas Judicial Council, the Department of Corrections, the Office of Judicial Administration, and the Kansas Sentencing Commission. It is given additional time to make that report. So it kind of allows what the legislature enacted in 2019 to make sure comes to fruition and that they get their report in by now the extended deadline of December 1st, 2021. So with that, Madam Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report House Bill 2077 as amended favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We now turn our attention to House Bill 2121. The chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The bill does a couple of different things, sort of three different things. The first is it provides a definition in Kansas statute for absconds from supervision in the criminal Code. Currently, 58% of prison admissions in fiscal year 2019 were for supervision violations, parole violations, probation violations, and approximately 20 to 25% of the community corrections population is on absconder status. But we don't have any definition for what it means. And we're always better served, Kansans are better served when we have appropriate definitions in law. So what House Bill 2121 does, it provides a definition for absconds from supervision. And it is, as amended by the House, absconds from supervision means knowingly avoiding supervision or knowingly making the defendant's whereabouts unknown to the defendant's supervising court services officer or community correctional services officer. It was debated in House committee as it was in the Senate committee regarding intentionally versus knowingly, and the committees thought that knowingly as a standard of intent was appropriate and somewhat consistent with other areas of law. So it is knowingly that you make your whereabouts unknown. The other provisions of 2121 are, again, in criminal law, that we provide that when a bail bondsman basically has located someone who has absconded from supervision or otherwise, where do you return the person once you have found them? Right now, statute provides that you return them to any county where you may be or where you locate them. What 2121 does is it requires that you return the person and deliver them to a custodial officer of the court in the county where the complaint arose from, that they're being supervised or should otherwise be in custody. So for instance, if you are located by the bond surety person in Douglas County and the charge arose from Finney County, you are then, as the bond surety person who located that person, required to transport them to Finney County. This portion of the bill was brought to us in conjunction with the Bail Bondsmen's Agents Association as well as the Sheriff's Association. So it is an agreement that they have reached, that they have worked out, asking the legislature to put in place. Again, provide some guidance and some process when that occurs. This portion of Senate Bill 2121 was a separate House bill that was bundled into this, and it passed the House 122-0. The final piece of House Bill 2121 is actually another House bill that was incorporated into this House Bill 2121 as well. And I think you'll find that it dovetails nicely with some of the bills we debated last week regarding nursing care home and liability. And it raises the level of offense regarding a person who's a victim of infliction of physical injury or omission or deprivation of treatment. If you're also a victim of if you're a victim who's also a dependent adult in one of those adult care homes, we now raise the level of offense from, in some instances, a level 5 person felony to a level 2, and in other cases from a level 8 to a level 5 severity. So I think this provides, again, important protection for our elders in nursing homes and in adult care homes that we're all concerned about. And I then will stand for questions.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since the carrier will stand for questions, I would ask on the portion that she said that they are knowingly committing one or more of the following acts. Isn't knowingly a high bar to prove?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That same question was raised in committee, and there are different levels of intent, if you will, in the law, and the highest probably being intentionally, then knowingly, then recklessly. And actually, if we make it from intentionally to knowingly, that still covers the intentionally bad actors. And so there is a distinction, but this actually makes it looking to, if you knowingly, for instance, don't tell your probation officer that, hey, I'm not going to show up to our probation meeting at 3 o'clock, you have then absconded. Rather than, well, you didn't show up, you intentionally didn't show up, but you didn't know that you were also not going to be available for your 3 o'clock appointment. So there's a distinction slightly, but the bill would capture both.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just ask, what if a patient was inadvertently left, or home care person was knowingly or unknowingly, I just don't know how you would prove it. What if they were left in harm's way? How would that remove the liability? Or I just don't understand how you can, if somebody's harmed, then we would have to prove that there was intent to harm, or that they knew they would be harming, that it wasn't an accident. Is that correct, Madam Chair?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we're conflating and conflicting 2 and 3 different pieces of House Bill 2121. When I was speaking, and when the bill speaks to intentionally versus knowingly, that is in the absconding from supervision statutes addressed in the bill. And when we're talking about harming another, the infliction of physical injury or unreasonable confinement or omission or deprivation of treatment, we aren't talking about that same intentionally and knowingly that we are when we're talking about absconding from supervision, if I understand the question correctly.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm trying to think of an example, but say that there was a shower or bath water that was ran, and a resident was scalded extremely bad, that there were burns on their body. Would that be knowingly or not?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at the portion of the bill regarding mistreatment of a dependent adult or elder person, I think I see where we are talking about knowingly. So knowingly committing one or more of the following acts. That would be to the judgment of the finder of fact, to the jury, if you will, whether it was knowingly or not. Knowingly I would think it would, again, depend on the facts. If the facts were you left the bathwater running too long, you knew you were running the bathwater, it was hot, I would say you didn't intend to harm the dependent adult or elder person, but you were, again, it would be fact specific, so I don't want to broadly overspeak, and it's already in law that knowingly committing regarding mistreatment of a dependent adult or an elder person is currently in statute. That is not being amended by House Bill 2121.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand that. I just want to make sure that we have the right language going forward. I appreciate the carry of the bill. There's been quite a bit of work on it, and I wouldn't want to get stuck on one word, but often those words are critical and can mean the difference in a case or not. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would the Senator from Johnson stand for a question?
She will.
I was just wondering if you could share with the body the impact on the fiscal impact when it comes to the number, when we were changing for the severity level from person 5 felony to severity level 2 and severity level 8 to a severity level 5, the bed impact, or if you have that information?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do. The impact on prison admission would result in 1 to 2 additional prison admissions each year. The impact on prison beds would also result in an additional 1 to 2 additional prison beds in fiscal year 2022 and 1 to 3 additional prison beds in fiscal year 2031. And as far as a fiscal note, according to the division of the budget, a fiscal effect cannot be estimated. The office estimates that enactment of the bill could result in a decrease of supervision fee revenue in cases filed under the provisions of the bill.
Oh, thank you for that.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you for that bed impact. I think we always have to keep that in mind as we're looking for we're looking for safety, but at the same time, we have to keep in mind what it's going to cost the state when we increase those number of beds that are going to be occupied in our prisons.
Are there additional questions from Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren? I see none. Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of House Bill 2021. It provides important new protections for our dependent adults and our elders in dependent care facilities, in adult care homes. It also provides some relief of the burden on the state, and when we have persons who abscond and need to be returned, they be returned at the expense of the bond bailsman expense and returned to the county where the charge arose from, where their case is pending, if you will. That creates some efficiencies in the judicial system. And finally, that we have a definition of what it means to abscond from supervision so that our legal system can function more efficiently and effectively. So with that, Madam Chair, I move that when the committee rises and report House Bill 2121 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We'll now turn our attention to House Bill 2158. The chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. You may proceed.
Thank you. House Bill number 2158 passed the House 121 to 1. There were no opponents and no fiscal note. It deals with the State Child Death Review Board, the Advisory Committee on Trauma of the Kansas Department of Health and Environment, and the Regional Trauma Councils. The State Child Death Review Board in Section 1 just clarifies the language of a current exception to the confidentiality for certain legislators and legislative committees, and it would add exceptions to the confidentiality to the board or the board's designees to disclose information and records to certain parties. For example, any state or local law enforcement agency, any county or district attorney, if the board determines the information and the records being disclosed were not previously available to the county or the district attorney by the prosecution of any crimes related to the cause of a child's death. The Advisory Committee on Trauma is on Sections 2 and 3, and basically it just removes the sunset date. A little bit of background, 2158 in the Senate committee we combined with 2062 because both were part of the State Child Death Review Board regarding those. It was introduced by the House Committee on Children and Seniors at the request of the Office of the Attorney General. The proponent testimony that we heard was from the chiefs of police, county district attorneys, the Peace Officers Association, Sheriff's Association, Safe Kids, and the proponents did state that the allowance of the limited exceptions will assist the State Child Death Review Board in its goal of working to prevent future deaths for children. The committee amended the bill, we in the Senate committee, to disclose information and records to any city or county for the express purpose of providing a local review of a child's death, if the information and the records being disclosed are related to a child's death where such death occurred in this city or county, or the child was a resident of that city or county. And the provisions of HB 2158 you might find are very similar to 2020, which was Bill 2527, And the proponents in that were the Kansas chapter of American College of Emergency Physicians, the chapter of American College of Surgeons, Emergency Medical Services Associations, Hospital Association, and many more. And finally, those proponents said that this would allow the board to participate in a national database which is free for participating for states to use to help us in absconding who committed these horrible crimes against children. And Madam Chair, I stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Petty.
I just moved. I was living in Wyandotte, now I'm in Leavenworth, but thank you, Madam Chair. Leavenworth is a great place. Yes. I just rise in support of House Bill 2158 with its many parts, but particularly with the Child Death Review Board. This having the ability for local cities or counties to receive this information if they have established their own review board is a #1 priority with the unified government of their legislative priorities this past year. They do have a youth fatality review board that they've established, and this would allow them to access our own data on child and youth deaths so that public health and intervention can be discussed. Sadly, within my community, we have had a large number of youth deaths. In my own Senate district in the last year, there were 5 young adults that were murdered. So, and that's not the whole county. So it is very important to be able to access the information, and I think that the Child Death Review Board, this addition, was a good addition to that access of information for local cities and counties. Thank you.
I apologize, Senator from Wyandotte. Any additional questions? I see none. You may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2158 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We'll now turn our attention to Senate sub for House Bill 2208. The chair recognizes the senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 2208 is a bill that, if you've read, looks very similar to a couple of other bills that we just recently passed in the Senate. The first one is Senate Bill 175. That is the Kansas Rural Hospital Act. It passed this chamber 39-0. And then the second part is the same as Senate Bill 238, which has the CBHCs and the BSRB and a little bit of a telehealth information in it. It is identical to 238 with one exception. On the CBHCs, it will, instead of having every one of them being able to be designated, change their designation, a third of them can do it this year, a third will be able to do it the following year, and then a third the next year. And that passes chamber 38-1. And with that, Madam Chair, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions from the senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand? Get this right. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand in support of my chair from Public Health and Welfare. This Senate substitute for House Bill 2208 has a number of really important parts, and I feel like the Rural Emergency Hospital Act, along with the establishing the certification for the community behavioral health clinics, are great pieces to add to health opportunities throughout our state. And the thing that would help both of those a lot would be if we debated and passed Medicaid expansion.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I remain very concerned about this unfettered advancement of telemedicine in our state, utilizing un-Kansas licensed physicians. I've touched bases with many rural providers, and to a person, they're concerned that this will ultimately be used to poach patient visits out from underneath them. Our rural medicine is fairly fragile. Our providers struggle at times to stay busy and keep a lucrative enough practice to stay in business. And this push towards these un-Kansas licensed physicians practicing in our state is ultimately going to prove problematic. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holster.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. A little bit in regard to the comments from my friend, the senator that just spoke. Yesterday, there was a handout on your desk in regard to part of this bill, the telehealth. That story talked about an individual in the Johnson County area, a mom who has stage 4 cancer, has been working to seek out somebody who can care for her in Kansas, but cannot. So she has sought out somebody in California who, because of COVID, she can't travel there, and telehealth has been very important as far as helping her through her process of trying to fight cancer. I'm quite sure she is not the only person in that same type of situation who has not been able to find a provider. This bill and that provision in it allows people like her to be able to continue getting care that they need to fight very severe illnesses. I will be supporting the bill. Thank you.
I see no additional questions. Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand, would you like to close?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would love to close. I move that when the committee rises and report, it report House Bill 2158 favorably for passage. Senate substitute for House Bill 2128 or 2158.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes.
Madam Chair, I apologize. My tongue got tied and I gave you the wrong number.
Would you like to try that again?
Can we have a do-over?
That's do-over. I'm good with that.
Sorry, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate substitute for House Bill 2208 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. We'll now turn our attention back to Senate Sub 4, House Bill 2196, and the chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment. It's 2062.
Any of you turned it in? Yes.
I have.
Would you like to have it read or explain it?
I'll explain it.
Let's give the folks a few seconds to
Sure, go ahead.
And get that. Why don't you proceed?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This will take out 450 and it'll put 250, insert 250 in, and then we will set up an account that will be designated for the other 250. And when the audit comes back after September 1st, I believe, then we will be able to true up the money that the UI account short. Also, when we did the committee in amendment, the amendment in committee, we took out freezing the rates of the calendar year 23. This amendment will put back in, it'll freeze the rates for 22 and 23 on businesses, so their rates won't go up for 2 years if this amendment passes. That's basically in a nutshell what the amendment does. This is a negotiated position. Some of the parties added some money from where we were in committee, about $50 million. All parties agree to this amendment, and so I'll stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Johnson, Senator Olson. Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I've stated before, I serve on this Commerce Committee, and I'm confused by this amendment because we spent a fair amount of time in committee removing the 250 and inserting 450. I believe that was the will of the committee, so it's my concern, why is the committee chair suggesting otherwise now?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Sure. This is a negotiated position by the business, all the parties, and you know, that's one committee. This is a committee of the whole. We can make other decisions, but this brings more support to the bill. I believe we've heard that this money is going to be paid for through COVID-19 relief funds. It's coming in two separate transactions. Our mission is to make that as whole as possible. There was another $50 million put in the second bucket. Also, by doing what we did in committee, we actually put businesses more at jeopardy because we unfroze the rates for 23, and so this would freeze the rates and not have them go up. So I'm sure this has happened before, but this is the effort that I support. I'm sure there's other committee members support different, but that's my best explanation.
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In what line of the amendment is it talking about freezing the rates? Because it appears to me that this amendment is to strike the $450 million and insert $250 million.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
I believe when you look at Section C on page 2, that's where, I believe that's where it does that.
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm reading here, all contributing employers shall pay the rate as set forth in standard rate schedules. What does the bill currently read?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
I believe what the revisor told me when we did the amendment in committee, it took out year 23 as a rate freeze. When I talked to him this morning, I've told him to put that back in. And so my mission was, and that was negotiated, was to freeze the rates into 23 as well, to try to make a smooth gliding path for businesses to not see their rates go up. When we stripped off that amendment and the way we did it in committee, then it would allow their rates with automatic triggers to go up. So I think that provision is pretty important for business. As I talked to them this morning, I think they felt that that's very important to get back in. I told the revisor to make sure and put it in. I believe that's the part of the amendment when you look at the back on Section C, that's what that's pertaining to.
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The point I'm trying to make here is that these changes in this amendment were not the changes as the Commerce Committee passed this bill out. In fact, they're the exact opposite of things that were corrected by the Commerce Committee and voted out of committee. Thank you.
Senator from Douglas, Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would the carrier of the amendment stand for question?
He will.
Thank you. This is not, is this the second amendment that disregards the committee's work?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
I guess you're assuming you're talking about the LCC. These are both leadership knew I was going to run these amendments. They understand the amendments and why they're being run. Both leaderships do. So, I mean, if you call that we're not agreeing with the committee, the committee made an error in my revisor. We either needed to put more members on the committee or it goes to the LCC. I think it's a very appropriate body to give that authority to. I mean, not every committee does everything right, and we're working on the fly on a lot of things. I'm doing the best I can, but I think I've done a pretty good job.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I was going to keep this to myself. I work very hard up here. You guys know that. But you have no idea how much time I've put in on this bill. In fact, I was in before 5:30 a.m. a couple of mornings last week. I spent 4 to 5 hours working. The chairman does not know this, but many of the amendments he offered were actually mine. And I'll tell you, I came from a software engineering perspective, project management perspective. And I spoke with the ranking, the good senator from Douglas, and he understands this. The previous amendment that went on with the LCC created another layer of communication. Every time you do that for a project, you slow it down. That is the absolute last thing that we needed. I let that stand. I thought, well, the chairman's disregarding what the committee wishes were and what the amendments were in the committee. Even though it's going to slow the project down, I thought, well, hopefully they can deal with it in the conference committee. But this one, this is the second attempt to completely disregard the work of the committee. We're the ones in the room. We're the ones sitting at the table. I don't know who the chairman is referring to about backdoor meetings, closed, behind-scenes negotiations. I don't support those efforts. And to me, this amendment puts more of a burden on the businesses who support this unemployment system and the people that need it. They need to know that those funds are going to be there, that we're not going to resort to a loan from the federal government. They need to know that this unemployment is going to be available for them. And the way the bill stands, it would do that. I ask that the committee vote down this amendment with respect to the chairman. I understand he has a different point of view, but this is not a good amendment for Kansas. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do appreciate the comments from Senator Lynn, because I do know that she and I had a number of discussions about this bill, and I do thank her for her contributions, because I know she had either directly or indirectly a lot of input in shaping this going forward. I do very much share her concerns, particularly when we work together to, one of the things, and this is my comments earlier, Madam Chair, about how we actually basically got rid of the actual implementation date that was originally in that bill language. I know, and I don't want to put other words in other people's mouths, but I know there were other people on the committee that also shared my concern with having basically the list of architecture components in the old Section 2. We got rid of that. And believe me, I understand exactly why the business community wanted that stuff there, because they right now really have zero level of trust, you know, working with the Department of Labor. But the point is that, once again, I go back to the fact that there was a lot of time put in this bill between the stakeholders, SHRM, Chamber of Commerce, you had Department of Labor, you had the second floor, and obviously you had people in the committees involved. But make no mistake, Madam Chair, we're talking about very technical subject matter. When you talk about replenishment rates and who's going to get taxed at what and what happens in this, you know, particular in the weeds situation, okay, quite honestly, you need those external stakeholders, because they are your customer set. And we would not be doing basically the business community, quite honestly, our citizens filing for unemployment. We wouldn't be doing anybody justice if we weren't directly going to the horse's mouth as they are and understanding specifically what they want. So I do want to go ahead, and I very much appreciate and understand the Senator from Tyson's, from Lynn's concerns, but I do want to go ahead, and I think it was critical that Chairman Olson put together these agreements between the parties as we go forward. Now, I specifically want to talk about, once again, basically the amendment before us today, Madam Chair, and that's basically going from really having two separate tranches of $250 million versus the committee motion that was made and adopted by the committee, coming out of basically just one upfront $450 million shot. I very much supported the language as it came before the committee, where we basically had the 250 and the 200, and I appreciate the chairman basically upping that second tranche value of $250 million. The issue we have here, Madam Chair, quite honestly, is that once you put money into the trust fund, it's there. It sticks. And so we have a situation potentially where you know, there's a lot of questions right now as far as the Kansas system related fraud. How much is that amount? And you know, we had the legislative post audit that says it was, you know, X amount. We had basically the governor's office and the Department of Labor said no, it's something significantly lower than that. The issue we have is that if we put the whole kahuna in there, $450, $500 million, just one time up front, we run the risk of, quite honestly, overpaying into that fund. This was one of my biggest concerns when I saw the legislation originally brought forward in separate bills in both the House and the Senate, is that basically the bill was basically they had the state general fund hooked up into this thing, where the Kansas taxpayer was going to be footing the bill on this stuff. Now, regardless of what you think about federal CARES money, the Biden Recovery Act, whatever, yada, 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 the point is that those monies are coming to Kansas. And we could put some of that money, and rightfully so, into basically replenishment of the fraud, basically helping to make our employers whole. We can also put that towards other items that the U.S. federal government wants us to do with our citizens and other people that we have to be responsive to and answerable to. So, you know, I mean, there are good reasons either way for how you may want to look at this. But to me, the prudent business thing in managing these monies, because this is a one-time shot we're getting from the government, is I most wholly support this two-tranche method of where we're going to grab the $250 million now, and then we can come back later and grab another $250, okay, if we see that we need that money. But otherwise, we will have put too much money into the system, and basically we're going to be paying it out where employers should have been picking up that tab. So with that, I'll let it rest, Madam Chair. Thank you. I appreciate the body for listening to my comments.
Senator from Finley, Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was one of the people in the committee, I belong to the Commerce Committee, that voted for the amendment to change it to 450. It was explained to me later, and I made a mistake, a big mistake. So I support the amendment that the chairman brought forward. And, you know, I regret the decision that I made in the committee that day, but I got a redo on this. And so I support the amendment of the chairman. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you. I want to make a comment. You know, we can do whatever we want here today, but my biggest concern is, and I asked the governor's office today, how did you figure your numbers? They looked at the 1099s. They know how much they sent out. Now, one thing that's confusing here, there's state unemployment and then there's federal employment. Let's don't get the federal fraud wrapped up with the state fraud. And by what we're doing here, we're having an audit. We've upped it $50 million. We're putting $250 million in a reserve fund that's not going anywhere, that's sitting there ready to go in. But if we put the 450 in there and it's only $300 million, we've wasted $150 million that we could have spent elsewhere that's needed. Now, if it's there, we're going to put it in. We put another $50 million in. There's been a lot of people work for a long time. I have a lot of faith in my leadership, the House leadership. I guarantee you, over the last year, they've heard 10 times what I've heard. And I've been working on 30 complaints, probably average a day, all year. But it's time to work together. This amendment and what we've tried to do with working together through the negotiation to get something that works for business, something that works for the claimants, try to deal with the problems, to modernize the system. That's what we're trying to do. And we're also not trying to put money somewhere just because we feel we have to until we know we need to. Because once we put it there, we can't get it out.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's important to make several points, one of which, not long ago, I was sanctimoniously preached to on this very floor as to the sanctity of the committee work. And now, here I stand listening to the other side of the coin, and that's a problem for me. We worked this out in committee. We understood what was going on. There's a horrendous amount of distrust in the Kelly administration and the Department of Labor. And the majority voted that we wouldn't see that money, that it wouldn't all make it there. And so we wanted to become in one fell swoop. So I think it's very, very important that people be consistent on the Senate floor with their discussions as to the importance of committee work. And I stand saying that this amendment should fail. Thank you.
Are there additional questions on the amendment for Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson? Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The carry of the amendment mentioned that the $250 million was a negotiated agreement. The question I have for the carrier is those who negotiated the agreement, do they disapprove or not agree with the $450 million figure that was in the bill as it came out of committee?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
I think, can you restate what you asked there?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, the negotiated agreement that was referred to earlier was the $250 million that was in the bill prior to being amended in committee. Did those who negotiated that agreement, do they disagree with the bill as it came out of committee with $450 million?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Well, if you remember the agreed upon amendment in committee, before it was amended on a conceptual amendment, it was $250 million was going to go in, and then $200 million was going to set in the reserve fund. And after the audit come in, then the audit would replenish, whatever the trued up amount was.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So the answer that I am going to have to, I guess, ascertain from the comment is that the $450 million was not disagreed or would be disapproved by those who negotiated the original $250 million. As far as it relates to fraudulent claims, what is the amount that it is believed by audit, or by anyone for that matter, that the state of Kansas has paid out?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Well, it can be anywhere from $250 million to, we've heard claims of $700 or $800 million, but I've been in meetings and, that person saying the higher amount has not broke out the federal unemployment money and the state unemployment money. And that's where I believe the difference is. Now, as I stated, I believe it'll probably be within the 500 million. I could be wrong, but you know, you can pretty much figure out through revenue where the money is, how much it is, through the 1099 process.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Apparently, I need to ask it in a different way. According to our, meaning the legislators, the legislature, the legislative post-audit report, part 1, what is the fraudulent claim dollar amount?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
I don't have that figure in front of me, but I imagine you do.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. That amount is closer to what he had mentioned previously, the 600 to 700 million, and potentially even upwards toward $1 billion of fraudulent claims have been paid out. I'm curious, the maker of the motion to amend, on page 2 in section C, can you help me understand that language?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Yeah, it's my understanding there again, that's the exempted, exempting the calendar year 23 from an increase.
Senator from
I'm sorry. Right now, the original amendment that we were working in committee had an exemption for year 22 and 23 for business on no increases on their premiums. Well, when we switched it to the 400, the year 23 exemption got removed. So if we go with the amendment, then businesses would be facing a situation of an increase in calendar year 23. So that's the way I understand it.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Maybe for the good of the body, I will just read that section of the amendment. It says, in the event the second transfer of up to $250 million is not made as provided in Section 6 and amendments thereto, the Employment Security Fund on or before July 15, 2022, this is the part that I am struggling with. All contributing employers shall pay the rate as set forth in standard rate schedules. It would appear to me that this is saying that if we don't, or if there is not made the second $250 million transfer, that all contributing employers shall pay the rate set forth. So my question would be, if the transfer is made, does that mean that the contributing employers, or I call them job creators, don't have to pay or pony up any money?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Yeah, my understanding is Section C is basically freezing the rate. That's legislative. Also, in the LPA audit, there was 200 that was stated, my understanding, and 400 of the 600 number. You have 400 of that was federal unemployment. So, I mean, I'll leave it to the wisdom of the body, but if we put the money there, it'll be stuck. This bill's going to conference. We've got more work ahead of us on it. I believe the parties on both sides have negotiated this and looked at it in every fashion. You know, so I'm going to support my amendment.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Well, again, for the will of the body, if you will read that, it very clearly, to my reading, says that if the $250 million transfer is not made, contributing employers shall pay. So I would then presume on the other side, if it is made, they would not have to pay. And I'm not going to support this amendment. I'm going to get into a little bit why. The carrier said at one point during the discussion, if we pay the $450 million, it could be wasted. I am sorry, Madam Chairman, but I totally disagree with that. This money that is coming would go into the Unemployment Trust Fund, and that Unemployment Trust Fund is designed to pay our unemployed constituents, Kansans, who are unemployed, a sum of money on a regular basis. And the money that was put into the fund came from or comes from our job creators, our businesses, small and large, all across Kansas. The balance of the fund a year ago was right at $1 billion. And we were told in committee more than once how dangerously low the fund has gotten, potentially to the point of being emptied out in the next few months. Thankfully, I guess I will use that word, the state of Kansas is scheduled to receive some money from the federal government, which is all taxpayer money. Every dollar that government spends is taxpayer money, whether it's mine or my great-great-grandchildren's. That could be a debate sometime down the road. But the federal money will be used directly to help unemployed Kansans and our job creators. So I believe as the bill came out of committee, the committee spent a lot of hours. And I do appreciate the chairman's efforts. He did a yeoman's work, a lot of work, but apparently he disagrees with the committee's work. But I don't. I think the committee did a good job, and I realize that the bill will go to conference, but I believe that the Senate's position should be $450 million. The House position is not $450 million. If we adopt this amendment, there's no negotiating that amount. They have 250, we have 250. That would be the set amount. I still believe 450 is the right amount, and that will be negotiated in conference. So I would ask colleagues that you oppose this amendment. Let's leave the money dollar level at $450 million. I do like the one little portion in here that the carrier of the amendment mentioned, that he would freeze, or it would freeze the rate for a period of time, but I believe that could be settled in another amendment. So that's not worthy of me supporting this amendment. So with that, Madam Chair, I would just ask that the body not support the amendment. Let's stick with the committee work, the $450 million, because it is not really our money. It belongs to our businesses and our unemployed Kansans. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to provide a little bit of clarification in regard to the committee work. And first off, in regard to this figure that's being brought up and questioned, the LPA has indicated that the estimates may be a little bit high, so that's why the figure was set, or is being proposed to be set at 250. Additionally, there were many, many stakeholders involved in working through this bill, and as the good senator from Finney County indicated, there was a mistake made as far as possibly some interpretation and understanding on some parties in regard to an amendment that was handled in committee. This amendment that is being brought forward basically puts this bill where it needs to be as agreed upon by the stakeholders. I would encourage the body to support it, as I will be.
Are there additional questions? Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would actually ask the senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher, a question, if she would stand.
And she's not.
Thank you. I think that her term, many, many, I would like to know who those many, many stakeholders were. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there additional questions on the amendment? Seeing none, you can make your close and move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, there's many parties that come together that have been working on this bill for months. You know, we had a problem. We all know that. There was state funds and there's federal funds. We had an audit. The audit come back and said it was 200 million state funds, 400 million federal. That's how you get 600 million. If we heard plenty of testimony in committee, if we put this money in, we're not going to be able to take it out. That trust fund is paid in by business, there's no doubt. But there's plenty of needs for the money, and we're going to have an audit September 1st that's going to tell us how much that we need to back fund and true that up to make business whole. Now, the parties come together. I think they've got the 250 that's going to go in immediately. I think we got around 270 million, I heard a couple days ago. The fund is in really, I think, pretty good shape with new money coming in for the quarterly pays. A lot less money going out. We're going to soon see by September 5th, or I think September 1st, that most of your people that qualify for the state COVID relief will be expired in September. They'll still probably be able to draw federal funds, but most of the state funds will lapse. So I think the fund's in pretty good shape. I mean, if you look across the country, I think a lot of the triggers and the things that we did a really good job. We didn't see the fraud coming. I don't think anybody. You know, I heard the other day, I don't know if it's true, but the federal government estimates that there's $1 trillion worth of fraud in all the COVID relief. I wouldn't doubt it after seeing what I've seen with the unemployment. You know, I'm trying to fix this. I'm trying to bring the parties together and listen to what the parties need. So I'm doing the best of my ability to try to, this is going to go to conference, there's going to be more work, there's going to be more changes. This is a complicated bill, it's a large bill. But I don't want to put 450 million in there and only need 300. And, you know, because I know there's a lot of holes in state government where we need to plug that money. And it's going to be needed. I've told leadership, leadership in the House understands what we're doing here. We're going to have opportunity to negotiate that more in conference. So with that, Madam Chairman, I move when the committee rises and reports.
We're so sorry. We're on the amendment. Will you move your amendment?
Darn. I'm sorry. I moved my amendment. See? Okay. I've talked so long I forgot what I was doing. I moved my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Ayes have it. We're back on the bill. Are there any other questions? Seeing none. Oh,
he's got an amendment.
Senator Firmino, Senator Steffens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On a lighter note, I do have an amendment. It is amendment number 2089.
And you've turned it in? You've turned it in? All right, yes. We'll give a few moments here for people to come pick it up. Why don't you go ahead and start explaining your amendment?
Thank you. I tried to do this in committee, and I was unable to be there the day that most of these amendments were put on, and it, in agreement with the chairman, we decided to move it to today. But basically, we spent a lot of time in committee discussing and debating petty fraud of the unemployment insurance pool. And the big issue through the summer and the fall was not petty fraud, it was felony theft. And what this amendment does, it defines that theft as a felony. And it's very laser focused and won't unfortunately catch a lot of people. It focuses on people who have no basis to obtain or increase any benefit or other payment under this act because the person is a resident of another state or foreign nation, failed to engage in employment as defined by KSA 44-703, and failed to perform any services for wages within this state. So basically, this is codifying an intense punishment for the people who really stole maliciously from the state of Kansas. And for me, I think it's very, very important that a bill of this magnitude contains a punishment for the behavior we saw drain our assets. I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the Senator from Reno, Senator Steffens? Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I told him to bring this to the floor because in committee he was looking for his amendment and we couldn't find it. And so, I knew we'd have an opportunity here. To me, it looks like it just makes the bill a little better. So I don't have a problem with the amendment.
All right, any other questions? Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of the amendment. We had a discussion about this in committee, and as the chairman talked about, the good senator did try to offer his amendment and was unable to. I think it really speaks to a larger issue, though, basically just the savagery, almost, if you want to call that basically these bad actors have gone to the lengths of basically either stealing people's, personal identification, whether it's setting up, fake UI websites, whatever it might be. I mean, these are people, they're not your neighbors. They're not somebody who, maybe trying to get another week out of unemployment. I mean, these are people basically running multi-million-dollar scams, defrauding not just us, but many agencies across the country. And knowing that this will go to conference, we can do more fly specking on this. My sense is there's probably some stuff federally that would probably dovetail nicely. But what the good senator has done here, I fully support, because I think we really need to send a message to the extent we can have tools to go after these people that have really put our employers hundreds of millions in the hole. We've got to make a statement. Thank you.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have one question. The Senator would stand for it if the Senator from Reno would stand for it.
And Senator from Reno, Senator Steffens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as I read this, it says has no basis to obtain or increase any benefit because the person is a resident of another state or foreign nation. And so that's one of the three things that must be found. So I do know that many residents of other states have been employed in Kansas. I've dealt with unemployment for a few of them. I'm wondering why we wouldn't want to have this same felony in effect for people who are residents of Kansas if they were, if they failed to engage in employment and they failed to employ any services for wages.
Senator from Reno, Senator Steffens.
I appreciate the question, and I agree. I was advised by the revisers to word it this way to make it as palatable and functional as possible.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that answer. I understand that the conference committee is going to have to do significant work, and I support the intent of the bill. I'm just wanting to make sure that if it is a resident from Kansas and they have not been employed and they are committing fraud, we have the ability to address that instance as well.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In conference, we will definitely look at that and see if we will improve it to make sure it covers all fraud that either in Kansas or out of Kansas, make it uniform. But that's something we can do in conference, and my vice chair, Senator Stephan, will be right there to make sure his amendment, the original intention, stays intact. But you know, just that little tweak that as you're going along you didn't think of, and so we'll go ahead and work on that. Thank you.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not so enthusiastic about adding felonies on the fly on the floor. I don't know what this does on top of what our current fraud laws do. I'm not sure that this is, we're calling out this in particular, this one case of fraud, that it's worse or better penalties than what we have for like cases. It seems as though we would want to look into this and make sure that as we potentially subject our citizens, our constituents to laws where they could commit a felony by inadvertently applying for unemployment, that they are not being charged with fraud, because I know that there are a number of folks that apply for and are found and they go to the fraud department, and I don't know how this works to say, are they committing because they've gone to the fraud department and they get denied? Are they now charged with a non-person felony? I'm just a little hesitant to drop that in, even with the good senator from Douglas's emphatic notes that we want to make a statement. We do. We really do. But making a statement by throwing more people in jail with, or not in jail, but charging them with felonies, that will add up. It just, I have a hard time on the floor making this kind of just law, so I don't really stand for it at this time, though I think we should look into this and see how does this play with our other fraud laws, and is it necessary? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Reno, Senator Steffens.
Thank you. I appreciate the senator's concerns. The criteria are very clear. They're very straightforward. The petty fraud is covered elsewhere. I see no concern for mislabeling a individual who's perpetrating felony theft. I think it's very straightforward.
Not seeing any more questions on your amendment. Senator, you may make your motion.
Thank you. I'd like to make the motion that we pass this amendment forward at this point in time. Thank you.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it. We're back on the bill. Are there questions for the Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson? I see none. Now you may make your close and motion.
I think we've debated this, so I'm going to move when the committee rises and reports Senate bill substitute for Senate bill for the House, or I'm sorry, for substitute for the House bill number 2196, favorable for passage as amended.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. We'll now turn our attention to House Bill 2114 and recognize the Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You may proceed.
All right. House Bill 2114 would create a senior care task force. So similar to, we just received the output of the mental health care task force that would bring together stakeholders in senior care. And we all know with long-term care, there are large and complex issues, and this is a growing population. And so this task force would be there to study a number of different things that are outlined in the bill. And there were multiple proponents and no opponents. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea, senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I rise in support of this bill. It does have a rather lengthy number of members on the task force of 22, one of which I added through the area aging to be on there. But I think it should be worthwhile for the body to know that this task force will be in place for 2 years, and then it will sunset but both years it will be providing reports to the legislature in order for us to have some more information and making judgments about senior care in the state of Kansas.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do not have a question, but I do have an amendment.
Have you turned it in?
I have.
All right, and what is that number?
It is S 2082.
All right, just give a few seconds to pass it out. All right, I think you can explain your amendment if you like.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What this amendment will do is where it calls for the vice chair from the Senate Public Health and Welfare Committee and the vice chair from the House Seniors and Children's Committee, it would strike that and put it in place of that an appointment by the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House. And the reasoning for that is, after we got to looking at that a little bit, knowing the committee that we have in the Senate side, that we have a very well diversified body, committee members, and there are some members that are more passionate about other things. And I think this would just open it up for those that have a strong desire for the elderly to be a member of that task force. With that, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And could the senator from Cherokee kind of go over that explanation again?
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Yes, Madam Chair. So what this amendment would do is it would strike on the task force committee member makeup. It would strike the vice chair of the Senate Public Health and Welfare Committee, and it would strike the vice chair of the House Children's and Seniors and Children's, and replace those with a appointment of a member of that committee, prospective committee in each chamber by the president for the Senate and the Speaker of the House in the House.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I guess it's will of the body. I will say that I have expressed, although this doesn't necessarily impact me specifically, but I have expressed in committee that as we set up these task force, this is just a thought for the body, that often there are the same people being assigned repeatedly to task force due to their rankings in their committee. And so whether it's the CanCare oversight or this is an example. We've set up several this year and talked about them in committee, and I know they're being more specific because the Care Oversight Committee looks at a lot of these things, but often it's the same faces on the committee, so I guess this would give leadership the flexibility. So, but I would question why not allowing the minority party to make one of these appointments as well.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment as vice chair. And I think it's just because there are oftentimes people on the committee that might have more expertise in a particular field, such as the aging or children or whatever it may be. Just because they're the overall vice chair doesn't necessarily mean someone else would be better suited. So I stand in favor of this. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually do support this, and I think it's great for flexibility, but I would actually echo what the senator from Wyandotte said. I actually wish she would have allowed that the ranking minority allow to pick out of those members as well, instead of it's just the ranking minority on there.
I see no other questions. Senator Hildebrand, if you'd like to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Motion passes. We're back on the bill. Any other questions for Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea? I see none. You may close.
I actually have an amendment as well, Madam Chair. It's 2083.
All right. Have you turned it in?
Yes.
All right. We'll give just a few moments to have it distributed.
All right.
All right. Why don't you proceed to explain?
Yeah, so on page 2, thank you, Madam Chair. On page 2 of the bill, so we're going to line 22 and line 30. You'll notice that there's a lot of different stakeholders, and so this would just allow for the community health centers to be, for that representative on this committee to be chosen by the Association of Community Health Centers, rather than the Secretary for Aging and Disability Services. And similarly, on line 30, that the representative for the home and community-based services could be chosen by InterHab, opposed to the Secretary for Aging and Disability Services. And this just keeps some consistency in terms of letting the associations choose their people. Thank you.
Are there questions on the amendment for Senator from Shawnee? I see none. You may move your amendment.
Move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion passes. Now we're back on the bill. Any other questions for the Senator from Shawnee? Now I see none. Now you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises in report, it reports HB 2114 favorably for passage.
You've heard the as amended.
As
amended. You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. We're going to pass over House Bill 2090 and retain a place on this calendar.
We'll now turn our attention to 2390. Chair recognizes Senator from Cloud to adopt the committee report.
I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2390 contains two bills. I'll describe them both. 2390 is the annual CORA bill, and 2292 is the Secretary of State Cybersecurity bill. 2390, as it was brought to the committee, is the annual legislative review of exceptions to the disclosure of public records under the Kansas Open Records Act. Under the Kansas Open Records Act, any new exemptions added to the CORA automatically sunsets after 5 years unless renewed by the legislature, and this is what this bill does, evaluating this. This year, there was no opponent to any of the exceptions removed, and the list of the exceptions can be found on page 1 and 2 of the supplemental note. It goes into effect in the statute book. There's no fiscal note. The proponents were League of Municipalities, Kansas Press Association, Emergency Medical Service Board on the Senate side. No opponents to the bill. So that's the original 2390. 2292 was brought to us by the Secretary of State, and they have a request. Here, let me start here. It was on the consent calendar in the House, 124-0, passed March 2nd. And the Secretary of State, recognizing they have had questions brought into their office for election security records more frequently, and oftentimes from out of state, and individual or media outlets are looking for more information and best way to produce records in a timely manner. The issue lies with out-of-state entities and national reporters who submit broad requests and questions of the specific authority they have to withhold any records. So this language corrects that in the Secretary of State's opinion. They worked with the Kansas Broadcasters Association, Kansas Press Association, Loud Light, ACLU, and the Sunshine Coalition to ensure the bill does not unnecessarily limit access to the information to the public or press. And this bill last year passed 124-0 in the House as well, and 124-0. So we've seen this bill before, and I'm ready for questions.
Questions for the senator from Cloud? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
I move when the committee, now I forgot, I've been up there so long. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2390 favorably for passage.
You heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We'll now turn our attention. Chair recognizes Senator from Cloud, Senator Bowers, to adopt the committee report on House Bill 2391.
I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, motion carries. You may proceed.
These are two bills brought to us by the Secretary of State's office, and we have seen these before as well. They got hung up in the COVID last year, so I do want to mention the Senate passed these provisions 38-2 last year, and the House this year passed it 121-3. It contains two provisions in this one as well. It is House Bill 2297 and House Bill 2391 combined in committee. So we'll talk about House Bill 2391 first. It clarifies and updates and eliminates several business filing statutes involving the Secretary of State. The bill repeals 3 1939 blanket music license statutes. Kansas is the only state that requires these annual filings, by the way. It amends laws to protect Secretary of State staff for failure to redact a Social Security number that has been improperly placed and not asked for on the forms, but sometimes the office receives them. It allowed Kansas businesses to submit the reports on a biannual basis, and that would begin January 1st, 2023. And the fourth point, House Bill 2391 updates the reinstatement process to make it easier for Kansas businesses and nonprofits to reinstate. And then we have House Bill 2297, and this is regarding their publishing responsibilities. At first, it standardizes pricing mechanisms for publishing, storing, selling, and distributing publications. Secretary of State is required to publish official publications for the state of Kansas. They were also required to sell, distribute, and store the publications. There is a separate statute that limits pricing of the publications to cover publishing costs, and the Secretary of State is just seeking consistency in pricing to ensure that costs are covered and there's no profit made. Second, it would allow the office to solicit bids from third parties to print publications. Currently, it's required to use the state printer. This is just an option. It doesn't mean that they have to do this. Third, it allows for electronic submissions to the official newspaper of Kansas, the Kansas Register. Paid print subscribers continue to decline. Now it's around 60. Offering the Kansas Register in electronic form will allow for greater distribution to the public at a lower cost. And again, this is just an option. And fourth, the bill updates statutes for providing notice of amendments to the Kansas Constitution. Current law requires the notice to be placed in an official newspaper in each of Kansas's 105 counties. The Secretary of State worked with the Kansas Press Association on language to account for scenarios where a county may no longer have an official publication. And this wording is, if no newspaper is published in a county, then notice shall be published in a Kansas published newspaper of general circulation in that county. And I believe that's the end of that bill too, and I'm ready for questions.
Questions for the Senator from Cloud. Senator from Douglas, are you seeking recognition? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2391 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. We'll now turn our attention to the Senator from Cloud to adopt the committee report for House Bill 2247.
I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, motion carries. You may proceed.
So House Bill 2247 is like the mega bill of highway and bridge renaming coming out of the legislature this year. There are 8 pieces in this, and I will go through each one just briefly and allow the senators from that district if they'd like to say a few words about the project. First of all, we have a portion of K67 in Norton County from the southern limits of the Norton Correctional Facility to the northern limits of the Norton Correctional Facility would be designated as the Trenton J. Brinkman Memorial Highway. He was an officer who worked at the Norton Correctional Facility and died on his way to work in a car accident. And this is Senator Billinger's district. We have bridge number 54-88-17.86 located on US 54 in Seward County would be named the Jack Taylor Memorial Bridge. And bridge 54-88-17.1.87 located on US Highway 54 in Seward County would be designated as the Marks Zimmerman Memorial Bridge. These are both in Senator Reichman's district, and they were men from Liberal who were key to the highway construction and then key in their Chamber of Commerce and Economic Development. We have bridge number 0081-B0058 located on US 77 in Riley County. Will be designated as the PFC Lauren H. Larson Memorial Bridge. And this is in Senator Hawks' district. And this young man was killed in Vietnam. We have bridge number 0018-009 located on US 166 in Cali County, be designated as the Sergeant Taylor Juden Memorial Bridge. And this is Senator Alley's district. He was a US Army paratrooper and sniper killed in Afghanistan. We have a portion of US 69 in Johnson County from I-435 to 135 Street as the Senator Dennis Wilson Memorial Highway, a senator who served in this building with us. A portion of K7 in Johnson County between K-10 and West Santa Fe Street as the Senator Bud Burke Memorial Highway, also serving in this building with us. And then we have a portion of US 77 from the western city limits of Blue Rapids to the eastern city limits of Waterville and Marshall County. So Corporal Alan E. Oatney and SP4 Gene A. Meyer Memorial Highway. And this is in my district, Senator Bowers. That was Senate Bill 19 we also merged in Senate Bill 26 into this House bill. I do want you to look at a paper I laid on your desk. I'm not going to read it. I would like you to take it and read it later. It's from one of the men who served with Gene Myers and his memory of the day he died. Very powerful. And his name is David Blatt from Pennsylvania, and he's listening in on us as we speak. I do want to note the Secretary of State has pricing on the signs. They have to be paid for before they're installed, and 50% costs on top of that defrays future maintenance and replacement of the signs. And I believe that's everything I have to say on the bill, and I'll let other senators speak to their districts if they would like, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Senator from Meade.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank the distinguished Senator from Brown. Let me use his mic because I haven't got a mic yet. In a way, I want a strong support for this bill. The two gentlemen that are deceased are from Liberal, Kansas, Max Zimmerman and Jack Taylor. Were very fine men, but more than that, they're such a just a strong diehard in Hope 54 highway. You couldn't see them without saying something. So in a way, I just want to support this bill. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator from Leavenworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yesterday, March 29th, was the day that former President Trump designated as Vietnam Veterans Memorial Day. And I can think of no better thing for this body to be doing today than naming these bridges after our, I'll draw your attention to two of the bridges, the PFC Lauren H. Larson Memorial Bridge, as well as the one the Senator spoke of with the Corporal Alan E. Oatney and Specialist Gene Myers Memorial Highway. We hear their testimony in transportation, their touching stories of service to our country. And this body, we honor their memory today by naming these things, and I hope we all take a second and remember our Vietnam veterans as well as all our veterans today. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Riley, Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to honor Lauren Larson from my district, where the bridge is there in Riley County on Highway 77. And those of you who are not on transportation don't get to hear some of the testimonials. And I'd like to share one from his brother, just so that you have a feel for the deep emotional attachment that people have for these honors of designations and the sacrifice that the men and women have made when we recognize them with these types of memorials. So he said briefly to us, "Thank you so much for your time today. I know you people don't know me, and obviously you will never know my brother. But imagine a best friend who happens to be your brother and was a true believer in the state of Kansas, and he gave his life to this country and loved the USA and was killed in the country of Vietnam. I've spent my entire life since 1969 trying to fulfill some of the dreams he had. I miss my brother every day. He was my best friend. We did everything together, hunting, fishing, our outdoor life. The country lost a great asset and a person when we lost Lauren. Thank you so much, Lauren Henry Larson, for your sacrifice to this country." I want to also thank Representative Susie Carlson, who introduced this bill so that Lauren would be recognized. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Senator from Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very brief, but one of these happened to be in my district. Trenton J. Brinkman was an officer at the Norton Correctional Facility. A young man was killed on his way to work, and very well thought of in the community. And the reason I even get up to talk is because an inmate called me. You know, one of them phone calls where you gotta wait, and they finally get a call through to you. And he said, we would like to have this highway out in front of the correction facility named after this individual. So I thought that was a pretty cool story that the inmates themselves thought enough of this young man that they thought the highway should be named after him. And I'd like to echo what several of the other senators have mentioned about veterans. Never forget our veterans. They're important, and it's unfortunate that we couldn't name every bridge in the country after a veteran, because it would be many names on there. Thank you.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was very pleased that this bill honors Paul Bud Burke, who most of us know as a past president of the Senate, but before he did that, he served his country as a United States Air Force fighter pilot and as a Navy aviator in the United States Navy Reserves, retiring as a captain. So I'm pleased that his name as well is honoring our military veterans. Thank you.
Further questions for the Senator from Cloud? Seeing none, the chair wants to state that he is proud that we are honoring my former seatmate, Senator Wilson, former commissioner, former Johnson County treasurer, in this bill. Senator, seeing no more questions, you may close.
I do want to mention, thank you, Mr. Chairman, the folks who came from Marshall County 4 times, because these are, Senate Bill 19 was introduced last year, and a brother came of one of the soldiers who had died, and it was too hard on him to come the next time. So keeping in mind the family that are still living, that we got to hear from, and it's very moving. I do want, as that what I laid on your desk, to realize that our friend David in Pennsylvania says every day he thinks of the freckled-faced, red-headed boy. And they just called him Spot. So it's a very nice tribute. Well, with that, Mr. Chairman, I move when the Senate rises reports. Senate Bill, let's see. What is my Senate Bill? 2247, favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Chair now recognizes the Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscadeau, for adoption of the committee report.
Mr. Chairman.
Bill 100.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, amendment is adopted. You may proceed.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Senate, substitute for Senate Bill 100 will simply remove an additional 90-day waiting period for one with a suspended license. Mr. Chairman, after an individual goes and pays their fines in full and meets all of their obligations with the courts, I believe they should not have to wait an additional 90 days. Just for the body's information, some time ago at an event where I was with our wonderful sheriff, Jeff Easter in Sedgwick County, a young man came up to us and asked us, he shared with us that he had paid off all of his fines and he had purchased a car and he had and got insurance and did all of these things, only to find out he had to wait another 90 days to have his license reinstated. So we're just simply removing that 90-day additional waiting period. And with that, Madam Chair, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions from the Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscadeau? Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And not a question for the good senator from Sedgwick County, but I do rise in support of this bill. I'm not on transportation this year, but my previous years I was a member of transportation. I do miss that committee because it did a lot of good work. But I think the chairman of that committee deserves a lot of accolades for his work, along with the good senator from Sedgwick County. This is something that I can remember working on as my first year in transportation. And I think it's a bill that is needed. I know that in my profession, I've seen numerous times where someone has come in to insure their car, and when we run their MVR, find out their license was suspended from another state, and they didn't even realize it, and that just caused a very big burden. And so this would help alleviate part of that. And Madam Chair, I just, again, rise in support. Thank you.
Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in support as substitute for Senate Bill 100.
Any additional questions from Senator for Sedgwick? Senator Fasquedo. I see none. Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I also want to thank the senator from Cherokee for his kind words, and the other senator as well. Especially, I'd like to thank the chairman of the Senate Transportation Committee, Senator Mike Peterson. He has been so helpful on this legislation, Madam Chair. This bill actually came before the body. It was on the Senate calendar, and then it was referred back to committee and made better to pass here on the Senate floor. So again, I think this will help hundreds, if not thousands, of Kansans reinstate and be able to be on the road legally. I think it's a win-win. They can go to work, school, and participate in the program and take care of their families. And so, Madam Chair, yes, this has been a long haul of trying to address this issue. And I think, actually, I'm proud and honored to have worked on this legislation to help Kansans legally drive on our roads and highways. And with that, Madam Chair, I move that when the committee rises and it reports substitute for Senate Bill 100 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes.
Thank you.
We'll now turn our attention to Senate sub for House Bill 2201. The chair recognizes the senator from Saline, Senator Clays, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Body, if you liked Senate Bill 116, you are going to love Senate substitute for House Bill 2201. The committee took House Bill 2201, which contains some provisions related to the Eisenhower transportation program, and we compared it to our own bill, Senate Bill 116, which passed this body 39-0 on March 3rd, and we thought ours was so great that we would just got their bill and put ours in. So this is Senate Bill 116. If you'd like a refresher, it anticipates federal stimulus funds for infrastructure improvements potentially occurring while the legislature is out of session, makes a few updates to the Ike plan as a result of that speculation. So there are 4 items, I'll go over them real quick. The bill allows Ike projects to be let using federal funds without the restriction that at least one phase of all remaining T-Works projects be let. The reason for that is basically if there are some Eisenhower projects that we can get into the pipeline over the summer, if there were funds available, we wouldn't want T-Works projects that are going to be let at the end of the calendar year, stop those. All T-Works projects will be let by the end of calendar 2021. The bill prohibits the agency from expending those federal funds without an act of the legislature if we're in session, or if we are out of session, the approval of the State Finance Council. 3, the bill changes the bonding cap basis from net revenue to gross revenue. You'll recall that having it be net revenue, that makes it a moving target. Instead, we go with gross revenue so that they can plan. And lastly, the bill changes the minimums for alternative delivery projects down from 100 million to 10 million per project. It does, however, maintain the 3% and 5% caps on overall spending on alternative delivery projects. The 3% cap is in effect until, I don't remember, 2023, and then it goes to 5% after that, I believe. I could be off a year. Anyway, that is the essence of the bill, and with that, I would stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Saline, Senator Clays? Senator from Riley, Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really loved Senate Bill 116, and I very much appreciate the senator from Saline in giving us a good refresher on it. And now I love substitute for House Bill number 2201 just as much. I'm a yes. Thank you.
Additional questions? I see none. You may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and it reports Senate substitute for House Bill 2201 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. We'll now turn our attention to Senate Bill 304. The chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if you liked the Contact Tracing Privacy Act that we enacted in 2020 in response to COVID-19, you will really like Senate Bill 304. So Senate Bill 304 it's a bill that extends what we did with the Contact Tracing Privacy last year. And the legislature thought last year in special session that it was important to ensure that the government's pandemic response is, while efficient, transparent, and equitable, it does not violate people's fundamental civil and privacy rights. So with that, the legislature enacted the Contact Tracing Privacy Act. What the bill does is it merely eliminates the expiration of the act that is set to expire on May 1st, 2021, and with the bill would extend the protections of the Contact Tracing Privacy Act. The bill also eliminates the requirement that we put in as a legislature last year in June that rules and regs be put into place and adopted, and those have occurred. So with that, Madam Chair, I would stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have questions. I just stand in strong opposition of this. We have been doing contact tracing in our state for quite some time. Actually, currently, we're doing contact tracing for an outbreak on syphilis and hepatitis. So we have not had concerns with those. There are guardrails set in place. This was supposed to sunset, and I would oppose removing that sunset and making this exist for and continue to. The Kansas Department of Health is diligently working alongside local public health and healthcare partners in the battle against COVID-19. As the situation is rapidly changing, it's important that we provide the most reasonable, scientifically sound, and timely guidance to businesses and individuals in Kansas. We must be mindful of the well-being of all of our communities. We will work with you to keep businesses open and Kansans on the job. To have a healthy economy, we need healthy Kansans. That's why we're so concerned about a last-minute addition in recent legislation that would seriously hinder our ability to rein in the spread of COVID-19. Currently, when a case is identified, the facility involved works quickly to trace close contacts so those individuals may begin a quarantine period to prevent the spread of the virus. Unfortunately, the change in the law that we are about to extend would curtail sharing of information on close contacts without the consent of those individuals, to include getting those details to public health authorities, which will obstruct the ability to contain outbreaks. Because the change will affect critical contact tracing, it also will be far more difficult to maintain a business's anonymity in the event of an outbreak. When close contacts cannot be identified, KDHE must issue a press release identifying the possible source of exposure to the public, whether it's a business gathering or a group. KDHE has the duty to inform people who may be exposed so they can take the appropriate precautions. To enable us to continue to identify those individuals, we're asking that you institute a policy in which you would share with a local health department or KDHE the name and contact of employees who possibly came in contact with someone who tested positive. Employees should be allowed to opt out of the policy, but knowing opting out someone who tested positive for COVID-19. Employees should be allowed to opt out, or they affect the ability to notify that they're a close contact. Those who do not opt out would be given consent ahead of time to have limited information shared for the positive case identity. As I mentioned before, we already do contact tracing and other things, and it's helped us mitigate the spread of serious infectious diseases such as syphilis. Immediately following an emergency response, public health professionals and our partners continually conduct a hot wash, facilitated discussion, or debrief to capture issues that arose during the event. Like all public health events prior to COVID, the system's response to the pandemic will require a thorough review. We know that the case investigation and contact tracing are critical to slowing or stopping the spread of infectious diseases. And no doubt these elements will be part of our post-event analysis. Until all systems central to the pandemic response are in position to fully participate in exploring how we as a state might improve any future response, including exploring universal rules for all contact tracing, we ask that the COVID-19 Contact Tracing Privacy Act be allowed to sunset as originally intended. Other standing laws, rules, and regulations already in place will adequately safeguard privacy on COVID-19 contact tracing, as they do for other diseases. In fact, we're not aware of any major issues with how contact tracing has been implemented in the past. This is especially important given contact tracing has been a central public health response to infectious diseases outbreaks for decades. That was from the Kansas Public Health Association. So I just ask that we allow this provision to sunset. It has not been an issue, and it has helped us mitigate the spread.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question for the senator from Johnson, if she would stand for it.
She is.
I agree with the concerns expressed by the other senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes, about limitations that this will create in helping public health. My question is, are we continuing to refer to this as the COVID-19 Contact Tracing Privacy Act? And does it indeed only relate to COVID-19 contact tracing?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to address some of the comments from the prior speaker. You know, there was a lot of talk about don't change, what's been working with the contact tracing. This bill changes too much. This bill doesn't change anything except that it eliminates the sunset date of May 1st, 2021. And the reason that we need to extend the privacy protections that were codified in special session last summer was that the pandemic is continuing. We're extending the declaration of emergency till May 28th. And when we were here in June and we were thinking this would be over by May 1st, 2021, and lo and behold, it's not. So there is a great need to continue this Privacy Act to, again, protect the individual liberties and freedoms. The bill doesn't change anything else about how businesses or KDHE or anything or local health officers are conducting contact tracing related to COVID-19. And that answers the question from the senator who just asked a question. It is regarding contact tracing for COVID-19. So to address the response, well, there was a syphilis outbreak or whatnot, those contact tracings can still be applied and aren't as big a concern for privacy protection because it's not affecting such a big population as COVID-19 contact tracing, which the bill addresses.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when I'm reading the bill, so it's saying, you know, except as provided by paragraph 2, this is page 1, number 12, neither the state or any municipality office or official or agent thereof may conduct or authorize contact tracing, but it says whenever they determine contact tracing is necessary to perform a public health duty assigned by statute to such official. So if this does, in fact, just refer to the contact tracing for COVID-19, why would we not change the expiration date? Why do we put this as part of our permanent statute?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was extended because the virus will I'm not a scientist, but my understanding is that the virus itself will likely still be with us.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe that if this is an issue for contract tracing for just COVID-19, then we should consider some kind of a sunset. And it seems like it would be more helpful to adopt regulations that relate to all contact tracing rather than have a specific virus identified. So if we have COVID-20 or COVID-21, are we going to have to update our statutes just to change the names and some of the definitions?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the bill, as in the statute, contact tracing is specifically defined to mean identifying persons who may have been exposed to an infected person for the purpose of containing the spread of COVID-19. I don't know how contact tracing is defined elsewhere in statute for outbreaks of measles or mumps, but what the legislature was concerned about last summer was that mobile phones, cell phones, devices like that were going to be collecting the travel information of the possessor of the phone without the consent of the person who was carrying the phone. That was considered to be an infringement of liberty and your individual rights, and the legislature thought it was important to protect those rights, and the governor signed that into law. So what the bill is intended to do is extend those protections, and rather than assemble giant databases of personal information like South Korea or China has, the US government public health experts should use anonymous location data not linked to individuals, and that's what the statute did last summer, and that's what this bill continues in practice. And rather than have mobile phone companies gather the whereabouts and the movements of individuals, this bill protects individual liberties and privacy, as does the statute that we enacted last summer. So that's why it's important, and that's why it ought to be continued, and it hasn't been a problem since we enacted it in June, so I don't understand why the opposition, but in any event, I'll continue to stand for questions.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the problem has been that contact tracing could not be used very effectively because of these limitations. I'm pleased to hear that it's only related to COVID-19. but I'm not sure why privacy there is more important than privacy in other situations. Again, I think that last year we made a number of compromises to work on a bill. We were all unsure of the best way to approach things. I believe now we know how important contact tracing can be to protecting public health, so I'm disappointed that it's being, this particular Privacy Act is being extended without a sunset. Thank you.
Are there additional questions from Senator from Johnson? Senator Warren. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And with the Senator from Johnson stand for a question?
She will.
Thank you. I'm just looking for some clarification concerning the bill. The good senator from Johnson made the statement that this only is only directed towards COVID-19. And so as I'm looking at the bill, could the good senator be specific about where it's limited to just COVID-19?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, contact tracing is defined on page 3 of the bill in subsection K2, lines 19 through 21, 22. Contact tracing means identifying persons who may have been exposed to an infected person for the purpose of containing the spread of COVID-19 by notifying the contact that the contact may have been exposed, should be tested, and should self-quarantine. And that's why it's limited to COVID-19.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. So the definition under on line 19, number 2, for contact tracing, and then under line number 4, line 26. But so because those are listed, then the fact that the bill defines what a contact tracer is and contact data is, that and I must say I didn't look up KSA 65-201. Is that limited to just COVID-19?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure what the pronoun "that" refers to when she said, is that limited to just COVID-19?
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
And that would be the bill.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, it's just limited to COVID-19.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
So then when we're looking at, so then those amendments under, starting in line 8, that amend specifically KSA 50-6139BA3, those amendments then, because they speak specifically COVID-19, would have nothing to do with any other tracing that our health departments do?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
That's my understanding, yes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. So could the senator expound on why she might think that the health departments testified against this bill, that they saw it as having broader reach?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I do have the testimony of the Kansas Public Health Association and the Kansas Association of Local Health Departments. And interestingly, their concern was not that they needed this statute to lapse to protect citizens, but it was because if we created a separate system and a separate rules for contact tracing for COVID-19, that it would be too confusing for public officials to use and to implement. So that was the concern that you know, why create one separate set of rules for COVID-19 contact tracing versus every other reportable disease creates added bureaucracy and confusion for public health. That's from the Kansas Association of Local Health Departments, and the Kansas Public Health Association again said, creating rules and systems unique to one disease/virus creates confusion for those tasked with implementing a response. So I don't think we've heard complaints since June that this is too complicated. Those are the reasons that were presented to committee why they were opposed to the bill, which that's their opposition, but it doesn't seem very, it's more concerned with the bureaucracy of having to implement procedures that would actually protect individual rights and privacy.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Well, I do think that the health departments, which nothing is ever, there hasn't been one reference at all to the privacy standards that already our health departments have to face when they're doing any kind of investigation. And I think that's their HIPAA guidelines definitely come into play. But I do think it is important for this body to keep in mind that having emergency response for any kind of a breakout, whether it be for mumps or measles or rabies, any kind of a rubella, smallpox, any of those, that it's important that there is a timeline that's followed and that the emergency response for those potential breakouts is complicated enough. So when we create, which we're doing, create rules and systems that unique to one disease or a virus, that just makes it more difficult for our health departments to provide accurate information for the citizens that in Kansas that we're trying to keep safe from not just COVID-19, from any other communicable disease. So I think that's why it causes me to be concerned about Senate Bill 304 and putting in place a particular procedure for a pandemic that we now have a vaccine for. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. I have a question from the senator from Johnson.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Do you think that reporting and contact tracing for anthrax or botulism, diphtheria, human rabies, why do you allow the statute to stay the same for that, but we're setting a whole new rules for COVID-19? Is COVID-19 not as deadly?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I find these lines of argument very disingenuous. An outbreak of rabies or rubella or the mumps or the measles is not a worldwide pandemic. It's much more limited in who you are going to have contact with. So COVID-19 is a worldwide pandemic, and to assert that an outbreak of rabies or the mumps or the measles or whatnot is the same just doesn't strike me as very, it rings hollow to me. It's a unique set of circumstances here, and the contact tracing the legislature felt last summer it was going to be abused, again, because it was a worldwide pandemic, and that's why it was important to put this into law, and I find it surprising that there are those who seek to repeal its protections in their entirety.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
I just find it a little strange that we care less about the privacy of those who may have syphilis or rabies or measles than we do for COVID-19. We are not wanting to protect those individuals. And I think COVID-19 is just as concerning. We have, in Kansas, already had 4,900 plus deaths. So we are saying that we care about certain individuals and their freedom more so than others. Again, I will stand in opposition to this bill.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, why not an amendment to protect those folks too, the measles and the mumps, and include them in the COVID-19 list? Make this not just applicable to COVID-19, but those other sorts of viruses too. This came about, as the legislature will remember, because it was going to be the amassing huge volumes of private information about the travels and whereabouts of private persons, and going to be gathered by private corporations to be used that we didn't know. So we wanted to put into place measures to protect those, even during a pandemic, that we don't forget fundamental rights and liberties as well.
Senator from Reno, Senator Steffens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've sat by quietly as long as I can. This concept that contact tracing was beautifully executed and flawless is beyond the pale. It was a wild goose chase. It was led by a Secretary of Health that relished in promoting half-truths, using a test that was inappropriately cycled to produce false positives and cause people to be quarantined. It was atrocious. This bill is critical to protect the confidentiality of the individual. Look at what was done. Look what we saw. We saw businesses shut down. We saw restaurants and bars inappropriately put upon. We saw chaos. And to think that confidentiality isn't critical in that scenario is naive at best. This is a good bill. It needs to pass. Thank you.
Any additional questions for Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren? I see none. Senator Warren, would you like to close?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, the legislature recognized that Kansas has to have the tools and resources to ensure the safety, health, and wellness of Kansans. However, a robust response to COVID-19 or any public emergency should not come at the expense of sacrificing the privacy and personal rights of Kansans. The bill, as did the statute last summer, strikes the right balance between allowing important data to be collected for those who want to provide it and in response, and ensuring the protection of private information of Kansans, and that it's not falling into the hands of private corporations that we don't know where that information goes. So Senate Bill 304 acts to continue in place those important protections that this legislature and the governor signed into law in June 2020. So with that, Madam Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 304 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion passes. We'll now turn our attention to House Bill 2106. The chair recognizes Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There were amendments. I move we adopt the committee report.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 2106 was originally an extension of corporate filing deadline for income tax. It was 1 month after the federal filing date. The Senate Tax Committee amended this bill. We added 3 items to it. 1, last year we were chasing the federal filing deadline for all other income tax besides corporate. And this year, that's happened again. The federal government has extended to May. So what the amendment in the bill would do is we would not have to chase that date anymore. Our statute would just say that Kansas lines up with the federal filing date. Also, we've seen a portion of this before. The committee added the identity theft so that if you have income stolen, you will not be obligated for income tax in Kansas. The third portion was to add the provisions that removed state income tax on retirement accounts. With that, I'd stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson? Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have an amendment.
Have you turned it in?
I have, and it's number 2044.
Let's give people just a few minutes to come up. Would you like to explain your amendment? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. What this amendment does is it addresses an issue that we knew we faced last year. Last year, when COVID struck, we had our community businesses, particularly those that were along the entire border of the state, that were very concerned because businesses were asking workers to work from home last year. And we had employers with employees living in one state but working in another, and vice versa. And they were uncertain how to treat the income tax liability for their employees. And that's when business leaders and H&R Block met with the governor, and we, as a result of that, we had Executive Order 2101. And what this amendment does is it simply extends that certainty for how it is that businesses that have employees that are still working from home in one state, even though the business is in another, would withhold those taxes. And so businesses are struggling with making that adjustment for the 3 to 4 months, and this handles that for them. So again, it is an extension, the legislative extension of the fix that was addressed in Executive Order 2101.
Are there questions for Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, did you have a comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would support this amendment and thank the good senator from Miami for bringing it to the body.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco, I'm sorry, I didn't see you off there. Go ahead.
That's not a problem. I do have a question for the senator from Miami, if she would stand for it.
She will.
So this refers to teleworking or otherwise working during the COVID-19 pandemic. So are there individuals who would be teleworking because we've done quite a few things in terms of our licenses or in terms of speech therapists that may not necessarily have done that because of the COVID-19 pandemic?
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment simply is a carryover of that executive order. So certainly we have had some folks do telemedicine, telehealth, but what this does is it allows the employer to set that income tax liability.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do support the concept of this very much, but I was just looking at, just out of curiosity, I just want to make sure there wasn't an unintended consequence of the employee being double taxed if they were in a different state that actually taxed them for income tax as well, or how that would work. I know the executive order has been in place for a while, so maybe the senator from Miami can just explain if that's been an issue, just to clear that up for me. Thank you.
Senator from Miami, Senator Brumgarner.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Actually, Senator from Lynn would like to address that.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a good question, and I appreciate the diligence of the senator. They would file income tax in both states, is my understanding, so that would take care of it. I don't think there's a double tax. That was not an issue for revenue, but we will make sure that that is the case.
Senator from Douglas, San Francisco. I'm sorry, I didn't see you still standing there with your questions. You can continue your questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My other question had to do with the definition of temporarily teleworking, because this would be probably the second year that of that extension. So are we saying that these individuals have to be temporarily teleworking?
Senator from Miami, Senator Brumgarner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is not intended to impact those people that work remotely or worked remotely prior to the pandemic. What it does is it simply gives the employers that option on how to withhold those income taxes due to the pandemic. So this would be that situation where they are telling the employee not to come into the workplace that they normally would, and so they are working from home.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just still have a little bit of angst that we've identified a year, and I understand that's a tax year, but we're also saying that it's working during the pandemic. I and others are hoping the pandemic will be over well before the 31st of December 2021. Thank you.
Senator from Miami, Senator Brumgarner.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Well, just to remind the body, we are looking at moving into the second quarter of the calendar year, so April is almost upon us. And as businesses are working on how they're going to make that transition, this gives them the assurance of how to handle those income taxes for that period starting in January. Like I said, we're already 3 months through, and it gives them that assurance. I think we all would like to see it over before December 2021, but this gives that guidance until then.
Are there additional questions from the Senator from Miami, Senator Brumgarner? I see none. Senator, you may close.
Thank you very much. I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion passes. We're back on the bill. Are there questions for Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson? Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment.
Have you turned it in?
Yes, ma'am.
And what number is that?
2050.
Let's give people a moment to pop up and get it. Would you like to explain your amendment?
Yes, Madam Chair. Very simply, this is the same amendment that I put on earlier on Senate Bill 22 that exempts Social Security income. Again, trying to get some benefits for our retirees to stop the outflow. So it's basically the same amendment. It passed 39-0 last time. I'll stand for questions.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since the senator is standing for questions, I would ask him what happened to the last bill that he put this on.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
I assume the senator knows it's her tax bill, Senate Bill 22.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I absolutely do know, but I would like the body to know what happened to that bill with those amendments on.
Are there additional questions from the senator from Brown, Senator Pyle?
Madam Chair, I'll answer if he won't.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you. That bill was buried in the House Tax Committee. They took portions of it that passed out of the Senate Tax Committee and put it in Senate Bill 50. So I love the idea. There's a time and place for everything. I'll leave it up to the will of the body.
Are there additional questions from the senator from Brown? I see none. Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was closed by saying that on that previous bill it was mentioned, we also put an amendment on that contained a lot of other provisions exempting retirement benefits. And, you know, when you come up here, you fight for what you want, and you don't stop, and you keep working for it. And I'm going to continue to work to exempt all retirement income from taxes in the state of Kansas. I think it's good for our state, good for our economy. And I'm going to ask for a roll call vote, ma'am, as I close. I move my amendment. Roll call vote, please. Need 5 hands.
5 hands.
There's one up there. There's another
1, 2,
one.
3, 4, 5. I see 5 hands, so roll call is in order. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Bag. Fauscudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. Again. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reichman. Steffen. Straub. Sullentrop. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll and, oh, sorry, Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I want to change my vote from pass to aye.
Senator from Reno, Senator Steffens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll change from pass to aye.
Any additional changes? Okay, I see none. The clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. 30 having voted in favor and 2 against, motion carries. We're back on the bill. Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have another amendment.
Have you turned it in?
Yeah, I have. And the RS number is 2051. And I'll wait for it to be distributed.
All right, you can proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very simply, we've had a lot of issues surrounding unemployment, and the current tax, I guess later today or perhaps tomorrow, we're going to have a concur on a tax bill, Senate Bill 50 over in the House, and to their House amendments. And I was looking through this, and I'm just thinking, you know what? We've got a lot of hurting people out there that are unemployed, had unemployment. The feds exempted a certain amount of income from our income tax, and I just want to, in this amendment, I want to exempt another $5,000 to help those unemployed people for the year 2020 with their tax bills. And so it would exempt $5,000 of that unemployment payment to them from state income tax. That's the basics of the amendment, and I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Brown, Senator Pyle? Senator Firmino, Senator Steffens.
Thank you, Chairman. In regards to this amendment, we have an economy that's basically fully employed with an unemployment rate of 3.5%. We have people who need to get back to work. This bill looks to me like it further incentivizes people to stay home with all the cash being flooded in from the federal government and even at the state level. This is a bad idea, and I recommend that we vote no. Thank you.
Any other questions for the senator from Brown, Senator Pyle? Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
That synopsis couldn't be more wrong, Madam Chair. This is dealing with people that get unemployment and receive it, and then it will be exempted from the income tax. So I don't see an incentive as what I see here is a way to help them so that they can maybe get back on their feet and get going. But anyway, I guess everybody has their, in debate, you try to make your points both ways. So I just want to respond that I don't believe this is an incentive.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just an informational statement, and that is my sister, who's a tax accountant, just advised me a few days ago that anyone who is receiving unemployment making less than $150,000 a year will get a federal income tax deduction of $10,200. Thank you.
Are there additional questions for the senator from Brown, Senator Pyle? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we have an idea of what costs this would mean for our Department of Revenue, since they would probably have to issue new guidelines, update the web program, and then also file a number of amended returns? Perhaps I'm not so worried about that as letting people know of the need to file an amended return for this year to get that, because I have been advising a lot of people who were having trouble getting their federal stimulus to file as soon as possible, because that was one way to get that. So my question is about the costs of implementing this and who might benefit.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Well, what I got from the question, Madam Chair, and I did try to pose, I had the reviser ask revenue for a fiscal note. I have not gotten that yet. So, you know, it's just a delay. We can wait around here and wait around here till we get that. But no, I don't know fiscal note. I do know that, you know, this is dealing with unemployment compensation, and it exempts $5,000 of that above the $10,200 that was pointed out, which is a federal. This deals with state, at state level. We've had a big debate on a UI bill today. Arguments over $250 million into the fund of unemployment. But if you're getting unemployment compensation, this is going to exempt $5,000, and yes, there will be a fiscal note. I just do not have that at this time. Thank you.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That also helped me understand this, because this $5,000 is above whatever exemption was granted through the federal adjusted gross income. So because of that, I think the amount identified by the federal government was appropriate. I don't think we need to add to that, and every Kansan who received unemployment compensation should have their first $10,200 deducted. Thank you.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Yeah, and just to be clear, this is up to. It says not exceeding 5,000, so it would be up to. But I would just ask you to consider, we do a lot of stuff with the federal poverty level in our bills. A lot of times it's 150% or 300%. We've had those numbers thrown around in committee. And, you know, I just ask you to consider, what is federal poverty level? Is 10,200 meet that? No. And it won't with this. But this is a way to help those that have been struck with COVID and unemployment, and that's what I'm trying to do with the amendment, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there additional questions for Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The senator from Douglas, the good senator, brought up some excellent points. It is $10,000 per individual for the federal and $20,000 married filing jointly. And for those of you that don't understand that, you fill that out on your federal form, and so that impacts your adjusted gross income. So it rolls over. That's what we consider rolling conformity to the Kansas state income tax. So it is a very generous and dealing with the issue beforehand. I'm not sure what the senator is trying to do here. I think that the rolling conformity with the federal government is sufficient, and again, I'll leave it up to the will of the body. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Meade, Senator Reichman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have problems of these coming of these amendments without knowing how it's going to affect the fiscal impact. And I think all of us should be careful when amendments come on the floor while actually going through the committee process. Thank you.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Madam Chair, I'm going to withdraw the amendment, and we'll work on getting a fiscal note, and perhaps another time we can do this. I sense that the body is not willing to help these folks with a little additional anyway, I'll withdraw the amendment, Madam Chair.
Amendments withdrawn, so we're back on the bill. Are there questions for the Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the supplemental note on this bill, we were told that a fiscal note on the amended bill was not immediately available. Is that available now?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Would that be with or with the amendment that went on?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you. And I did use the word amended bill because I read that in the fiscal note. That would be without the amendment that we just passed. I would not expect the Senator from Lynn to know that, although I believe we did have a number for that last time we debated this bill.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have an updated estimate, I would say. It's approximately 213 million. What happened when we ran the bill, Senate Bill 22, across the Senate floor, the amendment was brought that would have been Senate Bill 46. What happened was the committee was full aware of this, and we made the adjustment when we worked the bill in committee. The bill excluded IRA accounts. That's a pretty big count to leave unavailable to provide the benefit for many retirement accounts, but not include what sole proprietors and most individuals would have. So the committee did make that adjustment, did make that change, and the adjusted fiscal note is approximately $213 million.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you. I very much appreciate having that information before I take my vote on this bill. Thank you.
Are there additional questions from Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson? I see none. Senator Tyson, if you'd like to make your close and motion.
I would. Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, our hopes was that the House would concur on this. We had talks, and they were considering it. With the new fiscal note, I have a feeling that it's going to have a similar path as Senate Bill 22, which is quite disappointing because I understand wanting to remove income tax from all retirement funds, including Social Security. But as we've discussed before, you know, you take a bite of an apple, one bite at a time. You don't try to bite it off all or once. All or nothing, sometimes you end up with nothing. I would rather get pieces and have true reform and get the money to the taxpayers where it belongs. I hope that you'll support the bill, even with the amendment on. I move that when the committee rises in report, it report House Bill 2106 favorably for passage as amended.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. No. Ayes have it. Motion passes. The chair recognizes the Assistant Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Clerk will read the committee report.
On motion of Senator Alley, the Senate resolved itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of General Orders with Senator Bowers in the chair. Substitute House Bill 2196 being amended by the adoption of the committee report recommending a substitute bill be further amended on motion of Senator Olson and Senator Stephan, and the substitute bill be passed as amended. House Bill 2244 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, be amended on motion of Senator Kirshen, and the bill be passed as further amended. House Bill 2101, House Bill 2085, Senate Bill 265, House Bill 2379, Senate Bill 304 be passed. House Bill 2079, House Bill 2064, House Bill 2379, House Bill 2136, House Bill 2121, House Bill 2158, House Bill 2390, House Bill 2391 be amended by the adoption of the committee report and the bills be passed as amended. House Bill 2077 be amended on motion of Senator Haley and the bill be passed as amended. House Bill 2208, Senate Bill 100, House Bill 2201 be amended by adoption of the committee report recommending a substitute bill and the substitute bills be passed. House Bill 2114 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, be further amended on motion of Senator Hildebrand and Senator O'Shea, and the bill be passed as further amended. House Bill 2106 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, be amended on motion of Senator Baumgardner and Senator Pyle, and the bill be passed as further amended. House Bill 2039, House Bill 2090 be passed over and retain a place on the calendar.
Chair recognizes the senator from Cloud, Senator Bowers, for adoption of the report.
I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Report's adopted. Motions to concur. Chair recognizes the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, on SB 50.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 50 left this chamber.
If you would, could you make the motion and then do the explanation, please?
Oh, the directions say different.
I'm sorry.
So I will follow as your wish. I move the Senate concur on House Amendment Senate Bill 50.
Please explain.
Thank you. Mr. President, as I said, the Senate Bill 50 left this chamber with the marketplace facilitator in it. The House made some good changes to the bill. They took a majority of what we passed in Senate Bill 22 and put it in this bill. At the time, the Senate Tax Committee did not have the federal language, and so they did strike the language so that we do have rolling conformity. They also put the fraudulent unemployment so that if you have identity stolen with the unemployment, you would not pay income tax. Itemized deductions, the option to itemize, this was all in Senate Bill 22. So that if you do not make if the standard deduction at the federal level is such a height that most people do not make it in the state of Kansas now that used to itemize, this would allow them the option to. They also increased the standard deduction. I'm very comfortable with this because this chamber passed an increased standard deduction in Senate Bill 22. They increased it by $500 for each group. The bill would also have the guilty support. It would allow that subtraction starting 2021. You know, we keep hearing that this is about corporate, but there's very minimal in this for corporations. All there is, the guilty is, and the FDIC premiums would allow a subtraction modification also. It also allows business meal expenses deduction starting in 2021. What most people do not realize, I'm very happy this didn't change, but in our statute for years, I've been trying, and we're finally there. 100% deductible on charitable, 100% deductible on medical, 100% on mortgage interest, 100% on real and personal property. That's in statute. It's not going to change, but I'm just glad that we didn't decrease it as it had been. Also, expensing deduction is included in the bill. Corporate income tax filing, what we just dealt with in 2106, they put that in this bill too, so it's 30 days after the federal filing deadline. We also have net operating loss carry forward. Currently, it provides for 10 years. This would allow unlimited. With that, I'd stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Lynn. Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a question. Can you tell me what the fiscal note is on this bill as it came out?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I cannot tell the fiscal note, but I can tell the estimated items. The fiscal note would also include overhead from the Department of Revenue, and we have not received that yet. But the approximate or estimated amount is $94 million for 2022, $93.8 million for 2023, and $96 million for 2024.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I support many of these pieces. I'm just a little concerned and would like us to kind of pause. I just got an email, which I know the senator from Lynn also received, talking about the possible reduction in state revenues because of the forgiveness of PPP loans, and that's estimated to be a $359.9 million reduction. So just a little caution, and wish we could get a full run on this before voting, but thank you.
Further questions or comment? Seeing none, you've heard the motion. It'll be held for final action. On the motion to concur, Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson on SB 172.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 172.
Very good. Please explain.
Well, as you all recall, Senate Bill 172 increased the criminal penalties for individuals who trespassed or damaged critical infrastructure facilities. And those facilities we're referring to, of course, were things like electrical substations, pipelines, rubber manufacturing plants, chemical plants, generational facilities, basically critical infrastructure that if it was damaged or destroyed would create a lot of havoc for our society. Basically, the House in there made a few changes. First of all, they asserted a right to peacefully protest in the preamble. I know that was a concern on the floor, that we were restricting that, and that was never the intent of the bill, but they codified that by putting that in the preamble. They did a good job vetting it. This passed the House, by the way, I believe it was 82 to 42 through the House Judiciary Committee. It did strike the words vandalize and deface throughout Senate Bill 172. That ensures that nobody will receive a felony penalty for petty graffiti. It did strike the RICO provisions, but it held on to the restitution of damages in the bill. Also added some clarifying terms to the telecom, natural gas, dams, and CDC section. Added the words video service to the telecom portion, and that's there because of 911 type of emergency situations provided by cable companies. Also added the term hazard class B or C dam. That ensures dams in a cow pasture, for instance, would not be classified as critical infrastructure. Added the term natural gas transmission facility. This was the original pipeline statute and was accidentally struck, so they fixed that. They also added the National Bio and Agro Defense and KDHE labs, both that study pathogens and viruses. And as you recall, this passed the Senate 29-9. With that, I'll stand for questions, Mr. President.
Questions for the Senator from Johnson, Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. President. This body may recall, we raised some questions the last time this passed through, and I do have to commend those in the House and the stakeholders that they came together and fixed some of the more egregious things of creating crimes around petty acts that didn't need to be there. And so I want to say that I really appreciate taking the RICO piece out. I love the dam provisions, and and the work that was done on this bill. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate the support of the senator who's bringing this to the concur.
Further questions? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too appreciate the work that was done in the House committee and the motion the chair is making to concur on those changes. I still have some questions about whether you can really enter or remain in a pipeline, but all the things that were changed for the better. Thank you.
Further question or comment? Seeing none, you've heard the motion. We'll hold for final action. We are now ready for final action. On this roll call, we'll take the following. The motions to concur on SB 50 and SB 172. The clerk will read the titles.
Senate Bill 50, an act concerning taxation. Senate Bill 172, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Begg. Falscadeau. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Close. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reichman. Steffen. Straub. Sullentrop. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. "30 having voted in favor and 10 against the passage of SB 50, 37 against and 2 against the passage of SB 172. These measures having received their constitutional majority are hereby declared passed. Consideration of motions to concur or non-concur. Chair recognizes the Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate non-concur and House amendments to Senate Bill 60 and request a conference committee be appointed.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Chair appoints conferees on the part of the Senate. Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilburn, Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley. Consideration of concur or non-concur. Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate non-concur and House amendments to Senate Bill 106 and request a conference committee be appointed.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Chair appoints as conferees on the part of the Senate. Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilburn, Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley. Consideration of motions to concur or non-concur. Chair recognizes again Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate non-concur and House amendments to Senate Bill 122 and request a conference committee be appointed.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Chair appoints as conferees on the part of the Senate, Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilburn, Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley. One more time. Senator from Johnson, motion to non-concur.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate non-concur and House amendments to Senate Bill 273 and request a conference committee be appointed.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Chair appoints as conferees on the part of the Senate. Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilburn, and Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley. Consideration of motions to concur or non-concur. Chair recognizes Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate non-concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 78 and request a conference committee be appointed.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Chair appoints as conferees on the part of the Senate. Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck, Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher. Consideration of motions to concur or non-concur. Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate non-concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 127 and request a conference committee be appointed.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. Chair appoints the conferees on the part of the Senate. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson, Senator from Saline, Senator Clays, Senator from Riley, Senator Hawk. Introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions. The clerk will read.
Senate Bill 309 by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning roads and highways.
This constitutes introduction of Senate Bill 309. Reports of standing committees. The clerk will read.
Mr. President, the Committee on Public Health and Welfare recommends HB 2062 be amended by substituting a new bill to be designated as Senate substitute for House Bill number 2062, and the substitute bill be passed as amended. Senator Hildebrand, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Assessment and Taxation recommends HB 2143 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Tyson, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Public Health and Welfare recommends HB 2280 as amended by House Committee be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Hildebrand, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Federal and State Affairs recommends substitute for House Bill 2089 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Alley, chairperson. Mr. President, your Committee on Public Health and Welfare begs leave to submit the following report. The following appointment was referred to and considered by the committee, and your committee recommends that the Senate approve and consent to such appointment. By the Governor, Public Member, University of Kansas Hospital Authority, Mark Ulig, Senator Hildebrand, chairperson. Mr. President, your Committee on Public Health and Welfare begs leave to submit the following report. The following appointment was referred to and considered by the committee, and your committee recommends that the Senate approve and consent to such appointment. By the Attorney General, Medicaid Inspector General Stephen Anderson, Senator Hildebrand, chairperson. Mr. President, your Committee on Judiciary begs leave to submit the following report. The following appointment was referred to and considered by the committee, and your committee recommends that the Senate approve and consent to such appointment. By the Attorney General, Member Crime Victims Compensation Board, Becky Dickinson, Senator Warren, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends HB 2082 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Warren, chairperson. Mr. President, your Committee on Federal and State Affairs begs leave to submit the following report. The following appointments were referred to and considered by the committee, and your committee recommends that the Senate approve and consent to such appointments. By the Governor, Member, Kansas Racing and Gaming Commission, Brandon Jones. Member, State Civil Service Board, Cheryl Gilchrist. Tom Phillips. Senator Alley, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends House Bill 2377 as amended by House Committee be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Warren, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Assessment and Taxation begs leave to submit the following report. The following appointment was referred to and considered by the committee, and your committee reports without recommendation to the Senate such appointment. By the Governor, Member State Board of Taxes of Appeals, Kristen Wheeler. Senator Tyson, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Public Health and Welfare recommends House Bill 2262 be amended by substituting a new bill to be designated as Senate substitute for House Bill number 2262, and the substitute bill be passed. Senator Hildebrand, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Assessment and Taxation recommends Senate Bill 87 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Tyson, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Assessment and Taxation recommends Senate Bill 282 be passed. Senator Tyson, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Ways and Means recommends Senate Bill 264 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Bildinger, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Ways and Means recommends House Bill 2401 as amended by House Committee be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Bildinger, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Federal and State Affairs recommends House Bill 2183 be amended by substituting a new bill to be designated as Senate substitute for House Bill number 2183, and the substitute bill be passed. Senator Alley, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends House Bill 2153 be amended by substituting a new bill to be designated as Senate substitute for House Bill number 2153, and the substitute bill be passed. Senator Warren, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Transportation recommends House Bill 2245 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Peterson, chairperson.
Are there announcements? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House has called a conference committee. I think it's room 112 is on Senate adjournment for tax on 2104.
Senator from Cherokee.
Thank you, Mr. President. And just to draw your attention to the flyer that's on your desk, the Legislative Bible Study will be held tomorrow at 7 a.m. in room 142 South. Thank you.
Further announcements? Seeing none, Chair recognizes the leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fed and State is canceling their meeting that they had scheduled for the morning, so we will not meet. Fed and State will not meet tomorrow morning. The Republicans will caucus at 8:30 in the morning in our usual room, and then back on the floor at 9:30. Got to make sure we got the dates right. 8:30 and 9:30. And I yield to the good senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that information, I will announce that the Senate Democrats will also be caucusing at 8:30 tomorrow morning in our regular room, 287 North. I yield back to the senator from Cali.
Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate recess until the sound of the gavel.
Just for clarity, to make sure everybody stands, we're just waiting for one committee report to read. Nobody needs to stand around. We're just going to keep the gavel open so we can read the one report in. And so everybody's free to go. But you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. We're recessed.
The Senate will come to order. Messages from the House, the clerk will read.
The House concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2178.
Reports of standing committees, the clerk will read.
Mr. President, the Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance recommends House Bill 2074 be amended by substituting a new bill to be designated a Senate substitute for House Bill number 2074, and the substitute bill be passed as Senator Longbine, chairperson.
Are there announcements? The chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the Senate adjourn until 9:30 a.m. on Wednesday, March 31st, 2021.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. The Senate is adjourned.